torch's flame trembles against the dark riverbank, mirrored in the black glass of the water. The villagers stand in silence, breaths puffing white. Somewhere among the reeds, a laugh rises, high, lilting, soaked with something both playful and wrong. It ripples through the fog until even the men gripping their pitchforks shift uneasily. Children hide behind their mothers' skirts. At the edge of the ford, the water moves without wind. A shape breaks the surface. Pale shoulders, streaming hair like riverweed. They say she was once a girl from the village. They always do. But no one can agree whose daughter she had been, or which god or saint claimed her now. Some whispered Dziwozona, roughly, wild woman, a name carried on lips as soft as sin. The priest frowns and clutches his crucifix tighter. The ferryman mutters that the river keeps what it takes. A single frog croaks, as though confirming the thought. Quick note, if you enjoy deep dive folklore like this, consider subscribing, only if you actually like it. The priest steps forward. "Show yourself," he calls. His voice cracks once but regains its rhythm. The water's surface folds in on itself like fabric drawn tight. Then silence. Only the torches hiss in the damp. He gestures for a net to be cast, but no man moves. Everyone remembers last year's flood. The ox drowned, the bridge swept away, the girl found floating near the old mill. They buried her behind the church, but the grave sank a week later. "She's restless," the midwife had murmured then. "Something unfinished." Tonight, the same thought presses through every mind like cold water through cloth. A cry, half scream, half song, breaks the stillness. A swirl of bubbles marks the center of the ford, and just for an instant, a hand reaches up. Fingers white as bone curl toward the torches, then vanish. Someone drops their lantern, and its light dies in the mud. The priest orders everyone back. "The Lord rebuke her!" he shouts, but even he steps away from the edge. A thin mist drifts in, smelling of peat and decay. Beneath it, the river hums softly, almost like breathing. By dawn, the villagers have built a crude barrier of logs across the narrow path to the water. They hang garlands of garlic, though no one explains why river spirits should fear such things. "It's what we know," says one man. And knowledge, even borrowed, is comfort. The next morning, the priest writes in his ledger, "Unnatural disturbance near the ford, witnessed by 12 souls, possible heresy to investigate." He seals the page with wax, unaware that by recording the night, he has also joined it. Mist still clings to the village roofs as day begins. Smoke from hearth fires mingles with fog, turning the sky the color of old linen. Women gossip at the well, each story more embroidered than the last. Some claim the creature was laughing. Others say crying. A few insist she called their names. In Slavic belief, to be named by a spirit was dangerous. It marked you for notice. At the tavern, the men drink before noon. One swears he saw her face clearly, pale and beautiful, but eyes black as eel holes. Another says nonsense. She was only a drowned corpse, loosened from the riverbed. Yet even he looks toward the door whenever the wind shifts. The ferryman stays silent. He knows the old songs, the ones where maidens drown themselves for love, and something ancient in the water welcomes them. To say those words aloud now would be inviting her. Still, the melody hums under his breath. Unbidden, across the fields, a woman beats wet linen against a flat stone by the stream. Her sleeves are rolled high, her wrists thin as willow branches. She hums the same melody the ferryman half remembers. Passers-by avoid looking too closely, lest the washerwoman turn and reveal an unfamiliar face. In the stories, Dziwozona often appears as such a figure, a woman washing invisible cloth, a symbol that death soon follows the household she faces. That night, thunder mutters beyond the horizon. The villagers shut windows, scatter salt across thresholds, and place small mirrors beside cradles. A mirror, they say, confuses wandering souls. It doubles what they seek, trapping their gaze. The midwife, who has seen 50 births and twice as many burials, whispers a prayer older than Latin. "Mother of rivers, keep our children dry." The next day, the priest rides to a nearby town, hoping to consult church records. In the archives of Krakow, he finds fragments, testimonies from peasants claiming that drowned women return to lure others beneath, marginalia scrawled by tired monks warn of boginki, lesser female spirits, cousins to nymphs, suspected to inhabit springs and fords. One note reads, "If one appears with child, it is not of man's seed, but of water's hunger." The priest frowns. Scripture gives him little guidance on such matters. He pens a letter to his superior. How may one sanctify a river that refuses its baptism? The question hangs unanswered for months. Meanwhile, the villagers adapt. Each family develops its own ritual. Some sprinkle breadcrumbs into the water before drawing buckets. Others avoid speaking while crossing the bridge, fearing to attract attention. A few claim to have seen the figure again, always at twilight, always near the ford. The reports are too similar to ignore, yet too vague to act upon. Rumors spread beyond the village. Travelers add embellishments. Her eyes glow, her hair floats even in dry air. Her voice can imitate loved ones. By the time these tales reach the next province, the Dziwozona has become less woman than warning. Parents use her to hush restless children. Lovers whisper her name as a curse against betrayal. Still, no one knows who she truly was. The ferryman remembers a story his grandfather told of a bride who fled her wedding, heartbroken, and leapt into the river. Her veil tangled in the reeds, trapping her halfway between breath and water. They say such souls can't find the afterlife. They linger, half spirit, half memory. Each spring, when the ice breaks, she surfaces again, searching for warmth that no longer belongs to her. Tonight, the ferryman dreams of that same veil drifting downstream. In his dream, it catches on his oar. When he pulls it free, a voice whispers, "Thank you." He wakes drenched in cold sweat, the river humming faintly beyond the shutters. Outside, fog curls like smoke from an invisible fire. The church bell tolls morning mass, but the sound feels dull, swallowed by mist. Somewhere, a laugh, soft and distant, echoes again. By midday, the priest returns with news. The bishop's reply has arrived. The letter is polite but cautious. These tales are remnants of pagan fancy. The devil wears many faces. Bless the water, forbid the songs, and move on. He does as instructed. Holy water is poured into the river. Hymns replace old chants. Yet the current seems indifferent. A drowned bird floats past the altar built by the shore, wings outstretched like mockery. That evening, rain falls steady and cold. The villagers light candles, hoping to outshine whatever swims beneath their faith. But as the last candle gutters out, a ripple touches the bank, and the air fills once more with laughter. Gentler now, almost human. By the season's end, The village records note fewer drownings, though fishermen report nets torn and oars splintered. Life resumes its rhythm, but the ford remains avoided. Grass grows thick where torches once burned. Years later, a traveler passing through will hear an old woman tell of the night the water laughed, and how even priests can fear silence. She will point toward the river and say, "She's still there, waiting for someone to remember her name." The traveler will smile politely, toss a coin into the current and move on, but the coin will never surface again, and somewhere beneath, eyes open. The story of the Dziwozona begins not with death, but with birth. A moment as fragile as the membrane that divides this world from the next. In the year 1503, under a waning moon, a child is born in a thatched cottage near the Vistula River. The midwife lifts her high for all to see, but the women gathered around gasp. Across the infant's face clings a thin, translucent film, a caul, a birth membrane once believed to mark a destiny touched by otherworldly forces. They say a caul can bring great luck or great danger. Sailors used to buy them for protection against drowning. Yet in the inland villages of Poland, it signaled something else entirely. "Born of water," whispers one woman. The midwife, older than any memory of written law, crosses herself and mutters, "Keep that film. Burn it before sunrise." But the child's mother refuses. She folds the delicate sheet into linen and hides it beneath the cradle, convinced it holds her daughter's good fortune. Outside, the Vistula murmurs like a living thing. Rain drips through the roof's straw ribs. Thunder rolls across distant hills. The baby doesn't cry. Instead, she stares at the flickering candle with solemn eyes, as if she already knows too much. Years later, when she disappears into that same river, the villagers will remember this night. They will say the water was only reclaiming what had been promised at birth. As the girl grows, the village changes. Christianity has long since arrived, yet the old faith, the one of forests, stones, and rivers, clings stubbornly beneath the surface, like moss beneath bark. The priest preaches of saints, but the people still hang willow branches above doors for protection. During Easter, they bless eggs with holy water, but during midsummer, they wade into the river at dusk, offering flowers to whatever listens below. To the villagers, faith is a double inheritance, one given by the church, another by the earth itself. They do not see contradiction, only balance. Still, this balance trembles whenever something unnatural stirs. On summer nights, the young men gather near the edge of the meadow, where will-o'-the-wisps drift like blue embers. They boast and dare each other to swim at midnight. None do. Beneath the laughter lingers an old fear that something waits just beneath the ripples, pale and watching. The girl with the caul, now grown, often walks there alone. She is known for her beauty, hair dark as river silt, eyes pale as mist. The men call her Dzika Panna, wild maiden, half in admiration, half in warning. She refuses proposals, saying the water calls her name more sweetly than any man. When she laughs, it sounds like the ford at dusk, gentle but endless. The priest visits her mother, concerned. "Keep her near the hearth," he advises. "These wandering habits invite whispers." The mother nods but does nothing. She knows her daughter better than the priest does, or thinks she does. Then, one spring, after the first floodwaters recede, they find a ribbon caught in the reeds, the same color as the girl's hair ties. Days pass. Nets drag nothing but mud. The priest recites prayers over the river, but the current seems to mock him. carrying away each Latin word as if uninterested in salvation. When the moon returns to its waning phase, the same phase as the child's birth, the villagers begin to hear laughter by the water. In the 1500s, the border between faith and folklore is thin as parchment. Chroniclers from Krakow record tales of Tapielis, drowned women's spirits, haunting streams. Yet local names differ from village to village. In one region, they are Rusalki, in another, Boginki. The term Dziwozona, literally strange-born woman, appears only in pockets of Old Poland and Western Ruthenia. She is said to be a woman transformed after an unnatural birth, a stillbirth, or a drowning before baptism. The legend explains her bitterness. Denied both earth and heaven, she lingers between. To encounter her is to glimpse sorrow turned sentient. At harvest festivals, bards tell of her with a shiver of delight, painting her as both temptress and victim. She sings by moonlight, brushing her hair with fishbone combs, luring men who mistake her for a maiden washing linen. Yet when they draw close, they see her feet, reversed, heel where toe should be, a mark of otherworldliness. Such stories travel fast. By 1510, even monks in cloisters near Torun jot down references to women of the ford. One abbot, irritated by the persistence of the myth, orders his scribes to cross out each mention. The ink bleeds through the page like water through cloth, but the words beneath remain visible. As if refusing erasure, the girl's disappearance becomes part of the oral chain. Children are warned not to play near the water after dusk. Mothers tie red threads around infants' wrists to confuse spirits. And once a year, at midsummer, young women gather to float wreaths of flowers downriver, a remnant of the pagan cupola night. They laugh as the wreaths drift away, yet always glance over their shoulders, just in case something drifts back. It's during one such festival that an old woman notices something strange. Among the dozens of wreaths spinning down the current, one moves against the flow. Slowly, deliberately, it edges upstream, petals unbroken by the waves. "Don't touch it," the woman warns. But a curious girl wades in, ankle deep, reaching. When she lifts it from the water, her hands are freezing. She drops it with a cry. The others see what she saw. Strands of hair, black, human, glistening, tangled among the flowers. By dawn, the wreath is gone, but the story remains. The old woman mutters, "She's returned for what was promised." The priest tries to ban the midsummer rites. "These flowers honor the devil," he declares from the pulpit. But even his sermons borrow the rhythm of old incantations. He warns of women who consort with river demons, of those born strange who can cross between worlds. Yet privately, in his study, he wonders, what if the stories hold some truth? The scriptures speak of angels and demons. Why not something else? Something tied to the soil of these lands long before the gospel came. He writes a cautious letter to the bishop, describing recurring disturbances near the ford, unexplained laughter, and the lingering memory of a girl whose body was never recovered. The bishop replies curtly, "Superstition breeds fear. Fear breeds heresy." And so, the priest orders the villagers to carry the statue of St. John to the riverbank. They sing hymns, sprinkle holy water, and light candles. For one brief moment, the reflection of the saint glimmers pure and gold upon the water. Then a breeze snuffs half the flames. The reflection ripples. Some swear they see another face beside it, a woman's, pale and smiling. That night, The priest dreams of water filling the church, pews floating like coffins. When he wakes, his bed is damp, though the roof above is dry. The Dziwozona becomes both curse and comfort, a symbol of consequence, a shape for grief. Those who lose daughters to fever or flood whisper that they have become her sisters, wild maidens singing beneath the reeds. It softens sorrow. It makes death feel less final, and yet, as the priest observes, it also erodes faith. Why pray to heaven if your loved one lives in the river's mirror? He struggles with that question for years. Even as he condemns the myth, he feels drawn to its melancholy poetry, the image of a soul not damned but simply misplaced. During a sermon, he almost says as much. Perhaps, he begins, even the waters have their saints. Then he stops, realizing the danger of such words. But an old woman in the front row nods knowingly. "Aye," she whispers. She watches over those who slip. The following winter, ice locks the river in silence. Snow drifts high against the church walls. For the first time in months, no one speaks of laughter in the reeds. Yet when the thaw comes, the ferryman discovers something lodged against his dock. A wooden cradle, carved crudely, bobbing in the water. Inside lies a handful of river stones wrapped in soaked cloth, a mockery of birth, or perhaps an offering. He burns it before the others can see. But the smell, sweet, strange, faintly like milk, lingers for days. Decades later, scholars will look back on this era and note how folklore blurred into theology, how the Dziwozona served as both scapegoat and warning. But here, in the damp heart of the 1500s, she is no metaphor. She is breath on the window pane, the ripple where no wind moves, the echo of laughter that follows the living. And the villagers, for all their faith and fear, know this much. It is easier to bless a ghost than to forget her. Spring returns, swollen and restless. The Vistula spreads past its usual banks, pouring across meadows and farmland like a slow-moving mirror. Men curse, women mutter prayers, and the priest orders candles lit night and day inside the church. Still, the air hums with something older than words. Each thaw brings not only mud and ruin, but memory. In these years of shifting faith, the villagers live in two worlds at once. On Sundays, they kneel before the crucifix. On Mondays, they leave bread and milk by the river. No one calls it contradiction. It's simply survival. The priest preaches that sin is water, deceptively clear, endlessly hungry. Yet the people still whisper that each stream has a soul, each lake a will. They speak of Rzeka Matka, Mother River, who nurses both fish and dead alike. To her belong all who drown unjustly. In the shadows of this dual faith, the Dziwozona gains strength. She is no longer just a lost girl from the village. She becomes an embodiment of this uneasy balance, the river's daughter and the church's rival. One evening, a farmer named Tomasz reports hearing a woman's voice outside his window. Soft as wind through barley, he tells the priest. She spoke his name, asked for bread. His wife, woken by the sound, saw only fog pressed against the shutters. But when morning came, there were wet footprints in the yard, small, bare, and leading toward the river. The priest scolds him. Temptation wears many faces. But Tomasz's wife insists the voice was kind, almost sorrowful. She sounded hungry, she says, not evil. The priest says nothing. Deep down, he wonders whether pity might be the devil's favorite disguise. It is around this time, that chroniclers begin to note an alarming trend. Along the Vistula and its tributaries, drownings increase after each spring flood. Most are women. A few are infants. Local magistrates blame accidents, drunkenness, and poverty. The clergy, unwilling to accept so simple a pattern, see spiritual contagion instead. "Beware the drowned maiden," warns a sermon recorded in 1527 from Sandomierz. "She is the envy of Eve and the laughter of Lilith." That phrasing spreads quickly, carried by traveling friars who relish the cadence of warning. Lilith, Adam's supposed first wife, demonized for her disobedience, serves as perfect shorthand. To them, every Dziwozona is a new Lilith, unbiddable, seductive, chaos in feminine form. Yet among the villagers, the story softens. They say the Dziwozona lures men only because she's lonely, that she can't rest until someone willingly joins her beneath the water. "She doesn't drag," one old man explains. "She invites." At midsummer, the priest finds himself again at odds with tradition. The people gather by the river for Nok Kupawi, Kupala night, an ancient solstice rite now thinly disguised as a Christian vigil. Fires burn, youths leap across them hand in hand, and maidens set floral wreaths afloat, hoping their lovers will catch them downstream. The priest stands at the edge, hands clasped behind his back. His sermon that morning had condemned the festival as pagan pollution. Yet when he sees the girls laughing, their faces lit by flame and moonlight, he hesitates. There is innocence here, dangerous innocence perhaps, but real. Then he notices something. Amid the crowd, a woman stands apart, barefoot, hair dripping, though no rain has fallen. Her wreath, made not of flowers but of river grass, slides from her hands into the current. She doesn't watch it go. She turns instead toward him. Their eyes meet. He feels suddenly cold, as if submerged. Her expression is not hateful, but mournful, weary. Then, as the drums start and the crowd erupts into song, she vanishes. When he looks again, the spot where she stood is empty. Only wet footprints glisten in the grass. That night, the priest can't sleep. The candle flickers, the wax forming strange shapes on his desk. He writes in his journal, "Saw her again, or someone like her. Not dream, not delusion." Then, hesitating, he adds, "Her sorrow greater than our fear." He will never show that page to anyone. By now, the legend has taken root across the region. In the town of Kazimierz, chroniclers record reports of women found half-drowned yet alive, claiming they were pulled by voices. Physicians diagnose female melancholy, a fashionable term for what they do not understand, but peasants nod knowingly. "It's her," they say. She calls those who share her grief. In one case, a miller's wife is rescued after leaping into the current. When questioned, she insists she saw her dead sister beneath the surface, beckoning her home. The magistrate notes she seemed calm, even joyful, describing underwater meadows and silver fish brushing her hands. What is madness to one age becomes mysticism to another. The Dziwozona, by now, is a mirror reflecting both sin and sorrow, depending on who looks. Around 1530, painters begin to depict her in marginal illustrations of psalters and prayer books, tucked between vines and angels, always with long hair and bare feet, sometimes weeping, sometimes smirking. She becomes a fashionable allegory for the danger of unchecked emotion. Scholars in Krakow's Jagiellonian University debate whether she stems from ancient nymph cults or local cautionary tales. One professor of natural philosophy declares that exhalations from the marsh cause hallucinations mistaken for spirits. Another counters, half in jest, then the marsh has fine taste in victims. It chooses only the beautiful. Laughter fills the hall. None of them have ever stood by the river at midnight. One evening that same year, lightning strikes the church steeple. Flames consume the wooden cross, and smoke pours through the nave. As villagers rush to form a bucket chain, the priest orders water fetched from the river. The men hesitate. "Move," he commands. "We need water." No one moves. Someone mutters, "That water isn't holy." By the time barrels are filled from wells instead, the roof collapses. The next morning, as embers smolder, the priest stares at the blackened beams and whispers, "The river could have saved us." The irony tastes bitter. Weeks later, standing by the newly rebuilt churchyard, he watches children toss pebbles into the stream. The water gleams harmlessly in the sun, and yet, as he listens, he swears he hears a faint hum beneath the surface, a voice blending with the current, neither male nor female, old as the soil itself. He thinks of the girl who vanished years ago, the laughter that followed, the dreams that never fully fade. Perhaps, he murmurs to himself, the Dziwozona isn't punishment at all. He will never say it aloud, but the thought remains, dangerous, luminous, unshakable. Centuries later, historians will study this village and call it a microcosm of early modern syncretism, the coexistence of pagan substrata beneath Christian veneer. But here, in the damp earth of the 1500s, it isn't theory. It's breath, ritual, daily habit. The Dziwożona moves unseen through all of it, half memory, half reflection. And as another spring approaches, the river's song deepens, preparing for what comes next. For every legend must claim new witnesses to remain alive. Rain hisses over the thatched roofs like a whisper too long held. The river, heavy from weeks of melt, presses against its banks as if impatient. It is early April, 1531, the year the village ledger will later mark simply as the season of strange births. 3 children are born within days of each other. The first, a boy, breathes without crying, a bad sign. The second, a girl, comes into the world with a small web of skin between her fingers. The midwife cuts it quickly, muttering a charm beneath her breath. The third birth is worse. The infant slides into stillness, pale and unblinking. When the mother weeps, the midwife wraps the body in linen and instructs her to stay silent for 7 days. "Don't name the child," she warns, "not until you dream of water running clear." Such instructions are relics of a much older world, the pre-Christian rites of cleansing, meant to appease unseen powers who hover at the border between life and death. The priest disapproves, of course. He speaks of baptism and grace. Yet even he notices how often the river rises after unbaptized infants are buried near its edge. That spring it rises higher than anyone remembers. The villagers call the floods her walking. They mean the Dziwożona, the wild maiden, moving restlessly through her watery domain. Some say they hear her laugh in the thunder. Others insist the sound is weeping. But all agree that she walks when the balance between faith and fear tips too far. In the evenings, women leave offerings along the bank. Bread, milk, bits of cloth, and sometimes, though they never admit it aloud, locks of their own hair. The hair is a binding token. Folklore insists it tethers one's soul to the living body, and offering it is both plea and pact. A visitor from Krakow notes the practice with fascination. In his travel diary he writes, "The peasants of Mazovia still treat the river as queen, laying tithes of grain and trinkets as though she ruled among them. Their so-called Dziwożona is said to emerge by moonlight, combing her hair with reeds. He records the detail almost academically, never realizing that his scribe's hand trembles while writing. As the water climbs, fear grows bold. The priest orders a procession through the village, icons lifted high, bells clanging to drive away evil. Men wade knee-deep through mud, singing psalms that dissolve into hoarse murmurs. But every time the bell rings, the echo rolls down the river and returns softer, like an answer from beneath. By dusk, the procession halts near the ford. The current glows with reflected torchlight. Then someone shouts. A figure stands midstream, unmoving. For a heartbeat, everyone sees her clearly. White gown soaked to translucence, hair glistening with drops that never fall. She raises one arm. A collective gasp breaks the silence. But when torches flare brighter, there's nothing. Only ripples, widening and widening until they meet the shore. The next morning, they find the miller's daughter sitting at her doorstep, hair wet, though the sky is dry. She speaks softly, almost dreamily. She called my name. Then she smiles, faint and distant. 3 days later, she's gone. The record of her disappearance survives in the parish register. Anno Domini, 1531, May 14th. Young woman presumed drowned. Witnesses declare hearing laughter by the reeds. No body recovered. The priest writes it with steady hand, but that night he wakes to the sound of footsteps on the chapel roof. Light, rhythmic, almost like dancing. He climbs the ladder, finds only rain pooling in the gutters, and returns shivering. By morning, footprints mark the mud outside his window. Bare, small, unmistakably human. He doesn't speak of it again. In the weeks that follow, the village midwife becomes the subject of gossip. She delivered all 3 of the spring's children and is said to talk to the river when she thinks no one listens. She's seen tossing herbs into the water, whispering the old tongue. Words the priest recognizes only in fragments. He confronts her. You meddle in superstition, he says. You feed their fear. The midwife looks at him steadily. I keep them alive. You think charms can do that? I think the river listens better than Rome. Her defiance stings. Yet part of him suspects she's right. The bishop's letters are distant, Latin abstractions on dry parchment. The river is immediate, visceral, pulsing past his doorstep. A week later, the midwife vanishes. Her hut stands empty, fire still burning, kettle boiling dry. Near the threshold, someone finds a small pouch of stones tied with thread, a charm for safe delivery. The priest opens it and sees each stone is painted with an eye. He drops it into the river, whispering a prayer. For days afterward, no one fetches water from that spot. In autumn, the fields yield poorly. Livestock fall ill. Rumors spread that the midwife was taken by the Dziwozona for refusing to bow properly. Mothers keep their daughters indoors at twilight, telling tales of wild maidens who envy mortal women their warmth. In one story, the Dziwozona appears to a shepherd's wife, asking for salt. When denied, she curses the flock to drown in a sudden flood. In another, she offers a comb of silver in exchange for a lullaby, and the woman who accepts sings herself into madness. Folklore grows like moss, feeding on damp and fear. Every retelling thickens the myth, but not everyone believes. A young merchant passing through laughs at the idea. A spirit that steals midwives? Absurd. He throws a coin into the river and boasts that if she exists, she can fetch it herself. That night, his horse refuses to cross the bridge. The next morning, villagers find the merchant's wagon abandoned. His boots sit neatly on the bank beside a trail of wet prints leading down into the reeds. They never find his body, only the coin surfaces, lodged in the church font, gleaming faintly beneath holy water. The priest removes it quietly before Mass. By winter, the village has learned silence. No one speaks her name aloud anymore. When storms rattle the shutters, they light candles in every window. If laughter drifts from the river, they close their ears and pray louder. But the children, as children always do, whisper her stories to each other under blankets. She had green eyes. No, they were black. She lives in mirrors. My cousin saw her behind the mill. Fear becomes entertainment. Entertainment becomes belief. Belief becomes inheritance. One evening, as the year dies, the priest walks the river path alone. He carries a lantern, its flame thin against the fog. The ice is forming at the edges, fracturing like veins of glass. He stops, hearing what might be weeping. A voice, low, melodic, drifts across the water. It isn't pleading, only lonely. Against every instinct, he answers softly, "What do you seek?" Silence. Then faintly, "Remembrance." The sound fades. The river stills. His lantern flickers once, then steadies. He will tell no one of the encounter, but he will write in his ledger one line, quickly erased and rewritten. Some prayers are not meant to be spoken upward. Months later, travelers will pass through and note how quiet the village seems, how the river looks untouched, yet oddly watchful. They will hear stories of vanished women and uneasy priests, and they will dismiss them as peasant superstition. But sometimes when their horses drink, they'll swear the water hums, and if they linger too long, the hum will take the shape of a laugh, one that sounds almost like a sigh. Morning breaks through layers of fog, thin and reluctant. The village lies still, roofs glistening with dew, and the Vistula runs wide and calm, pretending innocence. It has been 2 years since the midwife's disappearance. Her hut, swallowed by weeds, leans toward the water like a confession. Children throw stones at its doorway and dare each other to step inside. None do. The air around it smells faintly of fennel and smoke, the way her hair once did. The priest has grown older, his beard streaked with gray, his sermons shorter. People say he's become superstitious himself. He denies it, though he now keeps a small iron cross nailed to the church door and sprinkles salt around the altar every Friday. Habit, he explains when questioned. But the truth is that habit and faith have become indistinguishable. He's begun recording strange entries in his ledger. July, 1533. Catfish caught near the ford with human hair in its belly. September. Moon pale even at noon. 3 hens refuse to lay. December. Footprints again by my window. Each line is written smaller than the last, as though he fears the words might summon what they describe. That winter, a traveling woodcutter named Markin brings a story from a neighboring province. In his village, he says, a young woman was found in the forest, naked and blue, but alive. Her eyes were dull, her voice gone. When they questioned her, she whispered only one thing. I followed my reflection. The villagers thought her mad until they found a pond nearby, its surface unbroken even by wind. They drained it days later, finding nothing but black mud, and beneath it, the outline of a cradle carved into the earth. To the listeners in the tavern, this story feels too familiar. They trade glances, some cross themselves, others smile nervously. But that night, no one walks home alone. The following spring, the floods return, heavier than before. The river eats at its banks, swallowing paths, fences, entire sections of field. The priest organizes prayers at dawn and dusk. Still, the current rises. Some say they see a figure standing amid the surge, steady as a rock. Others claim the sound of laughter carries over the roar of water. "Why would she laugh?" the priest asks aloud. An old woman answers, "Because she remembers when the world was still hers." Her words settle like ash. Soon, the town magistrate arrives from Krakow, sent by royal decree to survey flood damages. He is young, dressed in fine wool, skeptical of village tales. When told of the Dziwozona, he chuckles. "Every province has its ghost," he says. "Yours happens to be wet, but the longer he stays, the less certain he becomes." One night, as he inspects the ruined mill, he sees something glinting in the moonlight. A comb of silver, half buried in silt. He pockets it without thought. By dawn, his hair has turned white. He leaves without collecting his fee, muttering prayers to no saint in particular. The villagers find the comb later, washed up by the ford. They wrap it in linen and bury it beneath the church steps, though the priest says nothing of its discovery in his records. Through the 1530s, across Mazovia and Lesser Poland, similar stories ripple outward. Monks write of women reborn from water. Peasants leave bread at wells. Fishermen refuse to mend nets after sunset. Each act is small, but together they form a kind of invisible liturgy, one not sanctioned by Rome, but impossible to extinguish. The church, wary of scandal, begins a subtle campaign to rename the legend. In sermons, priests speak instead of unclean souls, or temptations of grief. The name Dziwozona is avoided, replaced with generic demons or unnamed dangers. Yet the peasants, stubborn as their soil, keep her identity intact. To them she is not a demon, but a memory, and memories are harder to exorcise. On a chill evening, the priest walks with an apprentice along the river path. The boy, curious, asks, "Why do people still believe in her?" "Because she listens," the priest replies. "To what?" "To what the church cannot hear." The boy doesn't understand, but the words stay with him. Years later, he'll become a chronicler himself, preserving this very conversation in his manuscript on the spirits of Poland. It will survive centuries, rediscovered by ethnographers in the 19th century who will misinterpret it as allegory. But for the priest, it was no allegory. It was admission. In July of that same year, a terrible drought follows the floods. Crops wither, wells run shallow, and the air buzzes with locusts. The villagers grow restless, their prayers unanswered. Some blame the Dziwozona. Others accuse their neighbors of withholding piety. Old feuds resurface like corpses in low water. Then, one sweltering afternoon, a young shepherd vanishes. His sheep scatter along the ridge, bleeding. Searchers find only his staff lodged upright in the mud beside the river, as if planted there. On its tip dangles a wreath of reeds. The priest gathers the people in the square. "No more gifts, no more songs," he commands. "If she feeds on notice, let her starve." But superstition, like hunger, ignores decrees. That night, several women slip away carrying candles. They place them along the riverbank, their flames reflected in trembling pairs. To them, these lights are not worship, but remembrance. The dead, they reason, deserve witness. The next morning, the river's surface is littered with ashes. By autumn, quiet returns. Harvest is poor but steady, and for a time, the villagers believe the spirit appeased. Yet something has shifted. People begin to dream of water, calm, silver, endless, and wake with their feet wet. Some blame leaking roofs, others the damp air, but the dreams persist. even the priest dreams. In his vision, the Dziwozona stands upon the river like a woman on a mirror. She holds out the silver comb, hair trailing like ribbons of ink. "You made me name," she says. "Now unmake it." He wakes gasping, crosses himself, and burns his ledger in the hearth. But words, like water, have a way of returning. By year's end, the last remnants of the flood recede, leaving behind a landscape of mud and renewal. Children play again by the banks, the air thick with gnats and forgiveness. The priest delivers his Christmas sermon to a full congregation, speaking of endurance, of God's mercy through adversity. Yet, as the final hymn fades, a gust of wind slips through the broken window panes. It smells faintly of lilies and rot. The candles flicker, their flames bending toward the door, as if drawn by breath from outside. Someone, half-joking, whispers, "She still listens." And for a heartbeat, every soul in the church believes it. The new year, 1534, arrives with unseasonable warmth. Ice never quite settles on the river. Instead, the surface ripples as if something breathes beneath. The villagers take this as a sign. Good or bad, no one agrees. Some say it means the Dziwozona sleeps. Others claim the lack of ice means she's restless, pacing beneath the current. For the priest, the season brings an odd peace. The floods have ceased, the fields recover, and births outnumber burials. Yet beneath the calm, he senses a tension too subtle for sermons. Faith, he's learned, is not loud. It seeps quietly, shaping lives as water shapes stone. He visits each household with holy water, blessing thresholds, whispering verses. But when he reaches the edge of the village, he stops at a small cottage by the river, the midwife's former home, still abandoned. The door hangs ajar, swollen from years of damp. Inside, the air smells of herbs long rotted. He steps through carefully, holding his candle high. On the far wall, scratched into the plaster, are faint lines of script, not Latin, not Polish, but something older. The curves look like the ripples of waves. Beneath them, a single symbol stands alone. A spiral, perfectly round, pointing inward. He feels a chill despite the heat. Without thinking, he sprinkles holy water on the mark. The droplets slide off, leaving no trace of wetness. He leaves quickly, shutting the door but not the unease. In spring, talk spreads of a fisherman who found a child's toy caught in his net, a carved wooden doll with reeds for hair. He swears it sang when pulled from the water. The tune, he says, was the same lullaby his mother once hummed to him as a baby. The villagers dismiss him as drunk. Yet that night, mothers across the valley claim their infants woke crying at the same hour, all staring toward the river. When dawn comes, they find small puddles beside each cradle. The priest investigates, recording the details in what little remains of his new ledger. He tries to reason it out. Perhaps humidity, perhaps spilled water. But one mother insists she saw footprints, tiny, bare, the size of a child's handprints pressed backward. The old women whisper that the Dziwozona gathers lost children, those who died unbaptized or unclaimed. They call them topielontka, the drowned little ones. Their laughter, it's said, can be heard on still nights near marshes, a soft chiming like wind through reeds. To the church, such talk is heresy. To the villagers, it's hope. By midsummer, the legend takes a new turn. A girl named Katarzyna, known for her singing voice, disappears after washing clothes by the river. When her mother rushes to the bank, she finds the linen neatly folded, still damp, but no trace of the girl. Only her reflection remains, clear and visible in the water, even though the wind should have broken it. For days afterward, villagers swear they hear Katarzina's songs drifting through the mist. A local musician begins to play the melody at festivals, calling it the washerwoman's tune. The priest forbids it, yet he hears boys whistling it in the fields and girls humming it while gathering herbs. The melody refuses burial. To the north, news travels of similar hauntings, riverside settlements where women vanish, leaving behind combs, ribbons, and wet footprints. Chroniclers from Gdansk write of dziki pani, wild maidens appearing after childbirth deaths. The pattern is too widespread to ignore. In one town, officials conduct an inquest. They drain a pond rumored to hold restless souls and discover, at its bottom, offerings from decades past. Coins, rosaries, and dozens of small bundles wrapped in cloth. When opened, the bundles reveal tufts of hair, each tied with red thread. The magistrate orders the relics burned. The fire burns green. Witnesses report a hiss that sounds disturbingly like laughter. The priest learns of these investigations through travelers' tales. He worries the church will soon impose stricter oversight. For now, the bishop's letters are polite but pointed. Extinguish the remaining pagan habits. Replace them with saintly devotions. Establish Marian processions. He complies. A new statue of the Virgin is erected by the ford, white and unyielding, gazing down upon the water as though judging it. But the villagers, ever adaptable, interpret the figure differently. "She's the river's sister," one woman whispers. "A peace between heaven and water." Soon, they begin laying flowers at her feet, exactly as they once did for the Dziwozona. Faith, once again, bends instead of breaks. Late that year, a scholar named Father Wojciech visits from Warsaw, sent to collect local folklore for a royal archive. He's young, sharp-eyed, and skeptical. The priest hosts him, offering wine and caution. But Wojciech insists on questioning the villagers himself. He listens to the oldest among them, recording their tales in neat Latin. They describe the Dziwozona as beautiful, yes, but wild. Hair green as rushes, skin pale as ash, feet reversed. They speak of her kindness to the drowned and cruelty to the cruel. Wojciech smiles, calls it primitive moral inversion, and asks if anyone has seen her with their own eyes. Silence. Then, from the back of the crowd, an old blind woman raises her hand. "You cannot see what belongs to water," she says. "You can only hear her when you've lost something worth missing." Her words unsettle him. He closes his notebook, promising to return with gifts of salt and sugar. He never does. Autumn brings a different kind of silence, the kind that feels deliberate. Birds avoid the marshes. Dogs refuse to drink from the river. One night, a thick mist rolls in, swallowing the village whole. People wake, choking on damp air. When the fog clears, they find the statue of the Virgin toppled, her marble face buried in mud. No one claims responsibility. The priest replaces her upright, but the stone eyes now point slightly away from the water, as though averting their gaze. That week, fish rot in nets before reaching shore. The ferryman reports the current pulling against itself, like two rivers meeting head-on. Superstitions bloom. Housewives scatter poppy seeds across thresholds. The Dziwozona, they say, must count each grain before crossing, a trick to keep her out. Iron pins are sewn into children's clothes. Bells are rung not at mass, but at dusk. And through it all, the river hums. Late one night, the priest dreams again. He stands on the ford, the moon blazing like polished bone. From the mist emerges a woman, hair tangled, eyes endless. "You guard your words," she says, "but you cannot dam a river with ink." He wakes at dawn to the sound of rushing water. Outside, the river has risen 3 feet overnight, though no rain has fallen. By noon, it's back to normal. He never writes of it. But when he passes the Virgin statue, he notices the faint outline of a handprint on her shoulder. 5 slim streaks of dried silt. He whispers a prayer not found in any book. The villagers speak less openly of the Dziwozona now, but her name lingers in the pauses between sentences, the way a scent remains after its source is gone. The priest continues his duties, baptizing, marrying, burying. Yet each time he dips the aspergillum into holy water, he feels as though he's asking permission first. That autumn, a storm blows down from the north. Thunder shakes the hills, and for the first time in years, someone swears they hear laughter again. Soft, unhurried, echoing through the reeds, the sound carries far beyond the village, rippling through memory like wind through long grass. The year is 1536, and the Vistula once again cuts its way through thaw and mist. The village looks unchanged to any outsider, yet those who live there feel something watching, some old rhythm pulsing beneath the daily noise of chores and bells. The fields are generous this season, but the people walk carefully, as though the ground itself might listen. One morning, a merchant traveling east finds the river road strangely deserted. Smoke rises from chimneys, but not a soul appears until he reaches the square. There, by the well, stands the priest, pale and still. Before him lies a bundle wrapped in linen. At first, the merchant thinks it's a sleeping child. Then he notices the linen is soaked, the water dripping in a perfect circle around the bundle. The priest's hand trembles as he makes the sign of the cross. "She's back," he murmurs. The merchant flees before hearing the rest. The bundle, when unwrapped, reveals not flesh, but reeds bound together with twine, woven to the rough shape of a baby. In its hollow chest lies a river stone painted red. The women recognize it immediately, a charm used centuries ago to bless stillborn infants, meant to fool the spirits of the water into mercy. But who made it now, and why? No one admits to it. Yet that night, a candle burns in every window, and the smell of milk and incense fills the air. In nearby Brzeg, officials report a missing midwife. She vanished after tending to a childbirth gone wrong, leaving behind nothing but a trail of wet footprints from the cottage door to the riverbank. The priest reads the report when it reaches him weeks later. His stomach knots. It's not the first time he's seen that pattern, nor will it be the last. He closes the document and prays, "Deliver us from what listens in the dark," but he wonders whether heaven hears prayers meant for the earth. That summer, the Bishop of Płock makes a rare visit. He's a practical man, educated in Krakow, fluent in Latin and law. The first thing he does upon arrival is inspect the church font, the relics, and the holy oils. The Lord favors order, he tells the priest. Fear thrives in ignorance. The villagers, cowed by his robes and retinue, stay silent. Only the old women watch him with blank eyes. He commands the river blessed in a public ceremony. Latin chants fill the air, echoing off water and stone. The bishop throws a golden crucifix into the current, declaring, "Let this mark dominion of Christ over all spirits of the deep." The crowd cheers, but a moment later, bubbles rise where the cross fell. For a heartbeat, something glimmers below. silver hair or weeds, or the edge of a face. The water closes. The bubbles cease. The crucifix never resurfaces. Days later, livestock begin to sicken. First the cows, then goats, all refusing to drink from the troughs. A thin film coats the surface, green and oily, smelling faintly of lilies. The priest blesses each animal, but the milk turns sour within hours. The bishop, already en route back to Krakow, dismisses the news as coincidence. "Tell your flock to clean their wells," he writes. But the villagers whisper otherwise. "She took the cross. She's offended." Children leave flowers by the river in secret. The priest catches one doing so and scolds him, but the boy only stares with wide, solemn eyes. "Father," he says, "if we don't feed her, she feeds herself." That night, the priest bars his door and prays harder than he has in years. In late August, during a thunderstorm that splits trees and floods paths, a woman pounds on the rectory door. She's drenched, barefoot, shaking. "Father," she gasps. "They've found her." "Who?" "The midwife, or what's left." He follows her through the rain to the mill pond, where a group of men stand with torches. Floating among the reeds lies a body, or the outline of one. Its hair splayed like ink, but when they drag it ashore, it falls apart into waterlogged reeds tied with thread. Someone mutters, "It's a warning." The priest orders the effigy burned, but when the torch touches it, it doesn't catch. The wet reeds only hiss, steaming in the downpour. A low sound, half sigh, half laugh, rolls across the pond. The men drop their torches and run. By morning, the reeds are gone. In the days that follow, the village divides. The younger folk mock the old ways, calling the Dziwozona a fable. "We are Christians," they insist. But the elders avoid the river entirely, saying, "Faith has many faces, not all wear crowns of light." At the tavern, arguments flare. One farmer swears he saw the wild maiden herself bending over a drowned calf, her hand stroking its fur. Another says she's just the ghost of the midwife, angry that no one remembered her name. The debate grows heated until someone slams a cup down. "If she wants worship," the man snarls, "let her earn it." The others fall silent. The river outside gurgles softly, as if amused. Weeks later, that same man vanishes. His wife finds his boots by the door, his fishing pole leaning against the wall, the bucket still full of bait. On the hearth lies a single wet reed. The priest writes, "The river keeps account of insults." He no longer doubts, only wonders how to make amends. In October, he calls the villagers to gather by the church. "No more rites by the river," he commands. "No candles, no songs, no offerings. We will pray here." But fear doesn't vanish. It migrates. That winter, when a girl falls ill with fever, her mother whispers that the Dziwozona took her shadow. When the wind moans through cracks in the walls, people swear they hear laughter within it. The priest continues his rounds, blessing doorways with trembling hands. One night, while returning home, he sees a reflection in a puddle, his own face, but not his own eyes. They are pale and wide, unblinking, like the waters. He looks up. Nothing. Just darkness and the smell of damp earth. He walks faster. By year's end, the bishop's men return, demanding reports. The priest provides numbers, births, deaths, marriages, but omits the ledger's other contents. They leave satisfied. That night, the river rises again, gentle but steady. enough to reach the church steps. In the morning, the villagers find silt lines on the door, 5 streaks, like fingers. When they scrub them away, the wood seeps water for days, and in every puddle, when the light hits right, a faint reflection smiles back. Spring, 1537. The air smells of thawed earth and wet bark. River ice drifts in shards, colliding softly like glass bells. The villagers call this season Czas Przebudzenia, the time of awakening, when all that sleeps remembers itself. But this year, the memory feels heavy, haunted. For the first time in decades, strangers arrive from the west, a delegation of magistrates, clerks, and armed guards carrying a royal seal. They bring scrolls bearing crimson ribbons, stamped with the sigil of King Sigismund III. Their purpose is clear: to investigate improper pagan observances and reports of sorcery near the Vistula Basin. The priest greets them at the rectory door, bowing low. His eyes hide exhaustion. For months he's tried to contain the whispering, the nighttime songs, the sudden vanishings. But the river is a poor ally in silence. It always gives itself away in sound. The magistrate in charge, a square-shouldered man named Jan Korytko, listens as the priest describes the village's troubles. He takes notes briskly, unmoved by tremors in the priest's voice. Superstition, Korytko says. We will bring order. Yet the first night of their stay, his men hear something. A distant melody floats across the river. A woman's voice, rising and falling like a lullaby. One soldier follows the sound with a lantern. He returns before dawn, drenched to the waist, unable to speak. His eyes, once hazel, appear washed pale. By morning, he is dead. The magistrate orders silence, but news travels faster than authority. The investigation begins. Villagers are questioned, fields inspected, wells searched for charms. They find dozens, small figures of straw bound with red thread, bits of glass meant as river mirrors, and knots tied in hair. Korytko burns them all in the square, smoke curling toward the church steeple. This ends today, he declares, but when the ashes settle, the air smells faintly of lilies. That evening, a storm breaks. Rain lashes the roofs, thunder rolls like iron carts over cobblestones, and the river swells once again. The priest lights candles around the Virgin statue, hoping faith might hold the rising tide at bay. Across the square, Korytko's men hammer stakes into the ground, roping off the riverbank as if building a cage. Around midnight, one of the guards cries out. The priest rushes to the door, torch raised. In the lightning flash, he sees something impossible, the water flowing backward, surging against its current. Within it moves a shape, not quite human, not entirely shadow. Long hair streams behind it like a banner. The torch sputters out. When the storm passes, 3 men are missing. The ropes remain, but the stakes are gone, as if torn clean from the earth. By dawn, the magistrate's authority begins to crumble. He blames panic, orders arrests, demands confessions. Yet no one will speak. The villagers have learned that to name her is to call her. He turns to the priest for counsel. You've lived with this madness longest, he says. How do we end it? The priest hesitates. Perhaps it is not madness to them. Perhaps it is memory. Korytko slams his fist against the table. Memory does not drown men. The priest looks at him evenly. Then what does? In desperation, the magistrate invokes an ancient law: trial by water. Anyone accused of consorting with spirits must submit, bound and lowered into the river. If they float, they are guilty. If they sink, innocent, but dead. It is a cruel medieval relic, yet fear makes old tools seem sharp again. The chosen victim is a widow named Danuta, mid-40s, known for her herbal remedies and unblessed prayers. She doesn't protest. As they lead her to the river, she murmurs, "If I see her, I'll tell her you're coming." They tie her wrists, lower her into the current. For a moment, she vanishes beneath the surface. Then, she rises. But she isn't thrashing. She floats upright, face serene, hair fanned around her like a halo. Everyone watches, breathless. Suddenly, a sound cuts through the silence. A laugh, low and musical, rolling from the reeds. The men drop the ropes. Danuta drifts slowly downstream, untouched. Her eyes remain open. The magistrate orders pursuit, but the boats return empty. Only her shawl is found, hanging from a willow branch. When the priest touches it, the fabric crumbles like ash. That night, the magistrate locks himself in his quarters. He writes a furious letter to Krakow demanding reinforcements. Then he douses the candle, listening to the rain tapping at the shutters. Tap, tap, tap. He tells himself, it's branches. He almost believes it, until the tapping becomes deliberate. When he finally opens the window, the air smells of river water. No one hears from him again. By morning, his bed is empty but wet. The floorboards beneath gleam darkly, and the crucifix above the doorway drips. The remaining guards flee, leaving the priest and villagers to their solitude. Days pass without incident. It almost feels over. Then the river drops, unnaturally low, revealing sandbars that have never existed. Children wander out to play. They find bones tangled in weeds, cattle, deer, and one unmistakably human hand clutching a rosary. The priest gathers the remains, burying them beneath the churchyard. But at dusk, when the candles are lit, he sees muddy footprints trailing from the door to the altar. He cleans them himself. Each smear leaves behind the faint outline of reeds. In Krakow, the Royal Archives later note the expedition's failure in one cold sentence. The magistrate Korytko, lost to waters during investigation of heretical activity, presumed drowned. The bishop writes a follow-up letter advising stricter catechism for all rural parishes. No mention of hauntings, laughter, or reeds. Yet among the villagers, a different story grows. They say the river judged the outsiders for arrogance. They say the Dziwozona defends her own. When fishermen cast nets now, they whisper, "Forgive us, sister." And sometimes, when the nets come up heavy with silver fish, they find a single flower among them, still fresh, its stem dripping clear water. The priest, older and slower, walks the river path one last time before winter. The air is calm, the water low. He kneels by the bank, speaking quietly. "I tried to name you," he says, "but names are for men, not rivers." A faint ripple answers, barely touching his reflection. It bends, then smooths again. He rises, uncertain whether to feel blessed or claimed. Behind him, the church bell tolls evening mass. The sound carries across the valley, softening as it meets the water. For the first time in years, the echo does not return. By 1538, silence settles over the river like a veil. The storms ease, the floods retreat, and the laughter, once whispered through every crack of the reeds, fades to memory. Outsiders believe the haunting over. But to those who live here, absence is its own language. They know that quiet does not mean peace. It only means the water is listening. The priest, now bent with age, keeps his duties small. He baptizes, blesses, buries, and avoids the ford at dusk. Each day begins with ritual. Holy water on the doorway, a prayer to St. Nicholas, patron of sailors, and one glance toward the river. Always that glance. One morning, he finds an object left on the church steps. A comb, simple wood, its teeth polished smooth. Tied to it is a thin lock of hair, black, impossibly long, soaked though the air is dry. The smell is faintly of lilies again. He knows better than to touch it. Instead, he drops the comb into the fire. The flames hiss, turning momentarily blue. By noon, 3 cows in the village lie dead, tongues blackened. Someone whispers that the old priest burned an offering. Someone else says he burned a promise. He writes in his ledger, "Silence is never free. That summer, the fields grow thick and green, heavier than in living memory. Wheat bends under its own weight. The villagers take it as a sign that the spirit has turned guardian. They leave small tributes again: milk, flowers, beads of glass. The priest doesn't stop them. His faith has grown weary of forbidding what the people cannot unlearn. When a traveler from Poznan asks who they honor, a farmer answers simply, 'The lady.' The traveler assumes he means the Virgin. No one corrects him. By autumn, rumors from neighboring towns begin to circulate. People speak of a new figure seen near rivers at night, dressed in white, carrying baskets of lilies. She is said to guide lost travelers to safety, not ruin. A benevolent apparition, a mirror image of the old terror. Scholars later call this mythic inversion, the slow turning of fear into reverence, but in the village, they call it relief. "She's forgiven us," the women say. Still, not everyone believes the change real. The ferryman, who has grown half blind and half drunk, mutters that rivers don't forgive. They forget, which is worse. In November, a letter arrives from Krakow. It bears the bishop's seal, but not his tone. It's written in a younger hand, distant and polite. The king's council requests accounts of pagan survivals. It reads, "Be thorough. The crown wishes to understand the people it protects." The priest stares at the letter, unsure whether it's inquiry or warning. He sets quill to paper and hesitates. What can he write? That the Dziwozona might no longer haunt but watch. That the boundary between curse and comfort shifts like a riverbank after rain. He writes instead, superstition declining, faith holding steady, water level low. Then, softer, he adds one final line. The dead are quiet, but not gone. That night, he dreams. He stands inside the church, ankle deep in water. Candles float like tiny suns around him. From the nave's shadow comes a woman's voice, not mocking, not sorrowful, merely certain. "You have given me pages," she says. "Now I give you silence." When he wakes, the church floor is dry, but the ink in his inkwell has turned the color of silt. Through the long winter that follows, a calm routine returns. Children skate on frozen shallows. Mothers wash clothes in barrels instead of the river, and the men rebuild the mill. The Dziwożona becomes a story again, spoken softly beside hearths. One evening, a group of merchants sheltering from snow hear the tale from a young shepherdess. She speaks shyly but with conviction. "She's not wicked," the girl says. "She's lonely. That's why she took them, so they wouldn't be alone either." The merchants laugh, tossing her coins for her courage. "You peasants," one says, "turn tragedy into poetry." She pockets the coins. "That's how we survive," she replies. When spring returns, the priest falls ill. He takes to his bed in the rectory, too weak to rise. Villagers visit in quiet procession, bringing bread, broth, and flowers, always lilies. He smiles faintly each time, though none know why. On his final night, rain begins, gentle, persistent, steady as breath. The priest asks his apprentice to open the window. "I want to hear her voice," he says. "Whose, father? The river's?" The apprentice hesitates, but obeys. Cool air drifts in, carrying that unmistakable scent of wet earth. The priest's eyes flutter. "She forgave us," he whispers. Or perhaps she never needed to. By dawn he is gone. The villagers bury him beside the church, facing the river as he requested. During the service, thunder murmurs in the distance, though the sky remains clear. As the last clod of soil falls, the river rises slightly, enough to kiss the edge of the grave. Then it recedes. No one speaks of it, but everyone remembers. A year later, travelers pass through and note a curious sight. Where the priest's grave lies, lilies bloom every spring, bright and unseasonable. When picked, they wither instantly. The locals call them the White Forgiveness. Centuries later, in the archives of Warsaw, a scholar finds fragments of the priest's surviving ledger. Most entries are mundane: weather, tithes, deaths. But one page, smudged and faded, bears only 3 words: "She became ours." No context, no explanation. Just the quiet certainty of a man who finally stopped dividing water from heaven. And still, when the Vistula floods in the spring, villagers tell each other that the sound in the reeds, the one that rises just before dawn, isn't wind at all. It's her singing, soft, grateful, home. The years that follow the old priest's death are gentler, as if the land itself exhales. The new cleric, Father Jakub, is a generation younger, trained in Warsaw and less patient with mystery. He arrives with confidence and a firm voice, armed with catechisms and logic. "Faith without understanding," he declares in his first sermon, "is mere superstition." The villagers nod, but their eyes wander toward the river. He sees it as quaint, this fixation with water. He even tries to bless the ford again, sprinkling holy oil until rainbow slicks form on the surface. But when his assistant bends to refill the aspergillum, it slips from his hand and vanishes instantly, sucked into a whirlpool that appears, then closes, without a sound. That night, Jakub dreams of standing knee-deep in silt while unseen hands reach for his robe. When he wakes, he dismisses it as nerves, yet he nails extra planks across the church's cellar door where moisture seeps through. Over the next few years, his modern habits slowly collide with ancient memory. He forbids midsummer wreaths, scolds mothers who whisper charms over newborns, and demands all burials take place inside consecrated ground. But the river has its own stubborn congregation. After every thunderstorm, small things appear on the banks: half-burned candles, flowers arranged in perfect circles, ribbons tied to willow branches. When Jakub asks who leaves them, everyone shrugs. Perhaps travelers, they say, though no travelers have passed in weeks. The priest writes to the bishop, complaining that pagan residues remain. The bishop replies curtly, "If water is their idol, then sanctify it again and again until they tire." So Jakub blesses the river every month. The more he blesses, the stranger things grow. The water near the ford grows colder, unnaturally so. Fish caught their spoil within hours. Twice during Mass, droplets fall from the ceiling despite the dry weather outside. One lands on his open Bible, smearing the ink across the page. By 1540, Jakub's faith takes on a brittle edge. He begins preaching about temptation, framing the Dziwozona legend as a moral allegory. A woman who tempts men to drown, he says, is but a mirror for sin. Resist her and be redeemed. He delivers this line often, perhaps to convince himself, but stories persist. A shepherd boy claims to have seen a woman combing her hair in the fog. Children at play find a footprint pressed backward into wet sand, and once a young widow wakes screaming that her husband's voice was calling from the river, asking to be let in. Jakub visits her the next morning. Dreams, he insists. But as he speaks, he notices her floorboards damp beneath bare feet, though the windows are closed and sky clear. He says nothing, only sprinkles salt at the threshold before leaving. One night, unable to sleep, he walks to the river. The air hums with insects, heavy with scent of peat and rain. He kneels by the bank, whispering, "If you exist, show yourself." Nothing answers. The surface lies perfectly smooth, reflecting the stars. He sighs, ashamed of his own curiosity, and turns to go. Then, just as he steps away, ripples spread outward, gentle, deliberate, forming the shape of a circle. He stares. Inside the ring, the reflection of his own face shifts. His eyes turn pale. His mouth half smiles, not in cruelty, but in knowing. Then the water stills. He stumbles back to the rectory, heart hammering. The next morning, he burns every reed broom in the church, telling his assistant, "We give her too many shapes already." Over time, his demeanor changes. He prays more often, sleeps less. Villagers note that his sermons grow slower, quieter, filled with strange metaphors about rivers and mirrors. The soul, he tells them once, is a ford between two currents. Too much faith, and you drown in heaven. Too little, and you drown in earth. Some of the faithful cross themselves uneasily. That winter, the river freezes late, forming thin sheets that crack and heal overnight. Jakub takes it as a sign that the Dziwozona's influence wanes. He dares to hope. Then, on Epiphany morning, the ice breaks early. At dawn, a loud crack echoes through the valley. The villagers run to see the ford split open, shards floating downriver like broken glass. In the gap stands a single object, a wooden crucifix half buried in ice. Its surface is smooth, almost polished, but the figure of Christ is missing. Only the cross remains. The villagers carry it to the church. Jakub, staring at it, feels an ache he can't name. "She's returned it," an old woman murmurs. "No," he says slowly. "She's reminding us who drowned first." That spring, travelers report visions of a veiled woman guiding lost children home from flooded meadows. One merchant claims she spoke to him, "Tell your priest I forgive his fire." When Jakub hears this, he feels both relief and dread. He dreams again that night, this time of calm water, reflecting his own face beside a woman's. "You gave me words," she says softly. "Keep them warm." He wakes with tears on his cheeks. By midsummer, he falls ill with fever. Between bouts of delirium, he confides to his assistant, "The river is not evil, only lonely. We made her a monster because we feared what listens." The young man doesn't understand. "What listens, father?" "Everything," Jakub whispers. "Even the silence." He dies before autumn. The villagers bury him beside the old priest near the river. 2 crosses stand there now, side by side. For years afterward, children throw flowers between them, calling the space the gate of forgiveness. The Dziwozona's laughter, once sharp and mocking, softens into something like a sigh. By 1545, official chronicles refer to the region's pacified superstitions. But along the Vistula, Mothers still hush restless infants by murmuring, "Sleep, little one. The lady watches." In every generation, someone dreams of a woman brushing her hair by starlight, never quite touching the ground. She hums the same tune Katarzyna once sang, the washerwoman's song, the melody that refused burial. And so, the legend continues, no longer curse nor miracle, but rhythm, the heartbeat of a river that learned to speak through its silence. By the time the century's midpoint approaches, the Dziwożona has begun to slip from terror into tradition. She is still invoked in whispers, yes, but her name now threads itself through lullabies and field songs instead of warnings. The young grow up with stories softened by age. They imagine her less as a predator and more as the river's lonely bride. Yet the memory of what once happened does not die entirely. Old people still tell the tale of the night the water turned backward and the priest who heard laughter beneath his floor. And though the church remains, rebuilt twice since the floods, the stones at its base stay damp no matter how many summers pass. The villagers have learned not to question why. In 1548, a merchant from Krakow passes through and stays at the tavern. He is educated, skeptical, and eager to gather folk tales for his chronicle of provincial customs. Over ale, he asks the locals, "Who is this lady of the river I keep hearing about?" The room falls quiet until the innkeeper's wife, broad-shouldered and calm, answers, "A mother of the forgotten. She takes those who have no one else." The merchant laughs politely. "Ah, a Slavic Venus, then?" "No," she says, pouring his drink. "Venus returns what she loves. The lady keeps what she's owed." That line he will copy faithfully into his journal, unaware that centuries later, folklorists will call it one of the earliest literary references to the Dziwożona. That same spring, a drought grips the valley. The river shrinks to half its width, revealing sandbars where children chase frogs. At first, people are grateful. The floods that once destroyed crops seem finally appeased. But gratitude shifts to unease when they discover what the receding water leaves behind. Embedded in the mud are hundreds of small stones, each one smooth and round, each painted with an eye. Some insist they're old protective charms washed from graves long ago. Others call them her gaze made solid, scattered across the riverbed. The priest blesses the stones and orders them collected for disposal. The villagers comply, but bury one beneath every threshold, just in case. That night, a fine rain falls. By morning, each buried stone has risen to the surface, as if the ground itself refused to hold them. Meanwhile, the kingdom beyond their small valley shifts and reforms. Borders creep, rulers age, and wars ignite elsewhere. The Reformation spreads from the west, filling markets and monasteries with rumors of new gods and old freedoms. It reaches the village only as a faint echo, a merchant's pamphlet lining a flour sack. Yet it carries one idea that the people quietly recognize, that faith, to survive, must be spoken in the language of one's home. And so the hymns change. The villagers sing to Christ as the light of rivers, to Mary as the bridge between waters. They pray for mercy from floods and drought alike, blending heaven's vocabulary with the soil's memory. The Dziwożona doesn't vanish. She simply changes clothes. In 1550, a young mason repairing the church foundation finds something strange buried under a corner stone, a silver comb, dull with age. He takes it to the priest, who weighs it in his palm and smiles faintly. "An old story's root," he says. "They hang it above the church door for luck. For months afterward, weddings held there prosper. Brides bear healthy children, crops thrive, and the river behaves. The people come to call the comb the lady's favor. Only during heavy rain do they notice the wood around it darken, as though the door itself drinks. But calm never lasts forever. In the autumn of that same year, a traveler's barge overturns near the ford. Of 10 aboard, 9 survive. The 10th, a young noblewoman, disappears beneath the current. When her body is found days later downstream, her hands are folded neatly over her chest, and a single lily rests between them, still fresh. Her father, grief-stricken, demands investigation. He sends men to drag the river, to measure its depth, to chart its unseen corners. They find nothing unusual until one diver surfaces pale and trembling. "There's a light down there," he gasps. "A blue light, like a lantern burning under glass." The nobleman orders the search stopped. The river is left alone. As the seasons turn, the villagers resume their rhythms. Planting, harvesting, marrying, mourning. The Dziwozona becomes a companion to their days. No longer a fear, but a kind of weather. Inevitable, cyclical, half-remembered. Children play a game called the Lady's Mirror. One stands with back to the river while others chant, "Step once, step twice, turn if she calls." When the wind stirs, they laugh and run, pretending to flee her reflection. The priest tolerates it. He knows play is how memory survives. In 1553, an outbreak of fever sweeps through the region. Dozens fall ill. The doctor from Torin calls it miasma, bad air from the marshes. The villagers say it's because the lady was forgotten at midsummer. No wreaths, no songs, no offerings. Out of guilt, they float candles downstream, each marked with a cross. The fever breaks soon after. Whether by medicine or mercy, no one knows. But every family swears one candle returned to their doorstep, its wick unburned. The priest writes to the bishop, "I can neither confirm nor deny miracles. I only record them." One crisp October night, a young scribe from Krakow, sent to collect parish accounts, wakes to the sound of distant singing. The melody is old, the language older still. Drawn by curiosity, he follows it to the river. There, in the fog, stands a figure combing her hair, pale light around her like dawn beneath water. The scribe falls to his knees, whispering prayers. The woman turns, eyes like moonlight, neither cruel nor kind. She gestures toward the village. "Keep them remembering," she says, her voice like ripples on metal. The scribe runs back, trembling. In the morning, he finds his hair streaked white at the temples. He never records what he saw, but the next Sunday, he insists the church bells be tuned lower, so their echo carries better over the water. When spring returns, the priest finds a new carving on the Virgin statue. No one claims to have made it. It shows a faint pattern of reeds along the hem of her robe. He smiles and lets it remain. Faith, he thinks, is a tide, always retreating, always returning, never leaving the shore empty. And somewhere beneath that quiet certainty, the river stirs, humming softly, a lullaby older than language, content at last to be part of both prayer and myth. The year 1554 enters quietly, but beneath its calm, something gathers. In Krakow, chroniclers write of a strange case. An apparition by the Vistula, witnessed by men of the court, accompanied by unseasonable flooding. They call it the river demon case, though in truth, it begins far from royal attention, in one small village that has almost forgotten the name that once terrified it. It starts with a wedding. The daughter of the miller, Zofia, is to be married to a trader from Torun. For days the town prepares, ribbons in the rafters, honey cakes, barrels of ale. The whole valley seems lighter, as if even the river approves. On the morning of the ceremony, mist clings low to the ground, soft and harmless. Bells ring. Guests laugh. The priest blesses the union, his voice steady as he speaks the final words. Then, as the couple turn to leave, a sudden wind gusts through the open chapel doors. Candles gutter out. The veil tears from the bride's head and whirls through the air like white smoke before vanishing outside. Only the breeze, someone murmurs. The laughter resumes. But the bride looks uneasy. Her veil is never found. That night, the first rain falls. The next morning, the river runs high, swollen though no storms have passed nearby. Zofia stands at her window watching it churn, her new husband asleep behind her. She whispers to herself, "I never said thank you." When he wakes, she's gone. The villagers find footprints leading from the cottage door to the water's edge, bare, small, and perfectly formed backward. In the reeds nearby lies a garland of lilies, untouched by mud. The priest blesses the river and forbids further searching. "She is claimed," he says simply. Word spreads quickly, reaching Krakow within weeks. There, among scholars and magistrates, debate ignites. Some call it coincidence, others heresy revived. One nobleman, curious and eager for spectacle, petitions the court to investigate. "Let reason lay this ghost to rest," he writes. And so, for the first time, the legend of the Dziwozona enters official record. The king's council dispatches a clerk named Piotr Wierzbicki to collect witness accounts. His instructions are simple. Determine whether fraud, hysteria, or hidden crime lies behind the superstition. He arrives in June with quills, ink, and a skepticism sharpened by education. He interviews the priest first. "You believe she returned?" he asks. The priest shakes his head. "Belief isn't required. We heard her." Piotr smiles thinly. "Wind plays tricks? Then may the wind spare you." Piotr spends weeks gathering stories. He notes the contradictions. One woman swears she saw Zofia walking upon the river. Another insists she heard crying from the depths. A fisherman tells him the current reversed for a heartbeat. "The fish swam backward," he says, "and my boat stood still." Piotr writes, "Collective delusion prompted by grief, but the facts refuse to stay tidy." On the 10th night of his stay, a servant wakes screaming. She claims a dripping woman stood at her bedside, smiling gently, and whispered, "Your mother waits in the ford." The servant's mother, Piotr later learns, drowned 20 years prior. He records the event as dream state panic, yet his handwriting trembles. 2 days later, a second witness dies, one of the ferrymen helping the clerk measure the water's depth. He collapses without warning, lungs full of fluid, though he never entered the river. When his body is laid out, villagers notice his lips are blue but curved in a faint smile. Piotr stops writing for 3 days. When he resumes, his tone has changed. If there is fraud, it is collective, he notes. If there is truth, it is older than reason. He sends his findings to Krakow. The phenomenon cannot be fully explained. Recommend cessation of public rites and avoidance of riverbank after dusk. Further investigation may provoke recurrence. The council replies curtly, "Your duty is to reason, not reverence." And so Piotr returns, determined to end it scientifically. He orders the villagers to accompany him at dawn for what he calls the river trial of truth. They are to wade into the shallows, sing hymns, and sprinkle lime powder to prove the water holds no power. The villagers obey in silence. The priest refuses to attend. At sunrise, mist drapes the ford like spun glass. Pyotr, holding his notes, declares, "We will test myth with reason." He steps forward into the water. For a moment, all is calm. Then a single bubble rises, bursting with a soft hiss. The current thickens, pulling at his boots. "Further," he commands, but his voice cracks. He glances down. Beneath the surface, something glimmers, hair or weeds. It's impossible to tell. Then two pale hands reach upward, touch his coat, and vanish again. He stumbles back, splashing, gasping. "Weeds," he insists, though no one saw any move. The villagers scatter. The water quiets instantly. Pyotr leaves that evening, refusing food or farewell. Weeks later, his horse is found riderless on the road to Krakow. His satchel drifts ashore near Płock, filled with water but sealed tight. Inside, only one page remains legible. The river knows its witnesses. Back in the village, the people avoid the ford entirely. The priest forbids swimming, forbids washing linen, forbids even crossing by night. Yet fear cannot hide forever. The children, curious and bold, sneak there at noon when the sun makes courage easy. They find the water calm and shining. One throws a stone. It skips twice before sinking. Then ripples form. A perfect circle, slow and deliberate. The children run. When they return with adults, the river is still, but floating in the center of the ford is a veil, white, tattered, the same one Zofia lost on her wedding day. The priest retrieves it, dries it before the altar, and says no more about it. Yet every year after, when that same day comes, lilies bloom along the bank unseasonably early. Historians will later label this episode the Ford Miracle of 1554. To the church, it's a superstition successfully contained. To the villagers, it is memory renewed. For them, the Dziwożona has never been more alive. They stop fearing her laughter. They begin leaving candles again. And once, on a still night, when the bells ring for vespers, their echo returns, not mocking, not hollow, but harmonious. The river, it seems, has joined the choir. By 1555, the Kingdom of Poland shifts in both faith and fortune. Protestant ideas creep through printing presses like wildfire, and rumors of new faiths stir even in remote valleys. The villagers hear the word Reformation only in passing, but they feel its effects as pressure from above, inspectors, sermons, stricter laws. The bishop sends new edicts forbidding all rural river cults, naming them remnants of heathen error. Yet the water does not care for decrees. At dawn, the river glows silver beneath fog. People rise early to cut hay, to bake, to forget. Still, small things happen. Cows refuse to cross the ford. A bride's reflection lingers a moment longer in her basin before rippling away. Children claim to see a white lady walking through the mist, carrying a basket of lilies. The priest, now old and patient, lets the stories pass. He knows better than to argue with memory. Instead, he records what he sees in cautious Latin. Omnia mutantur, et flumina redunt. All things change, and the rivers return. The following spring brings another visitor from Krakow, Father Antoni, a Jesuit charged with rooting out superstition. He arrives with a stern face and a heart full of zeal. His boots are polished, his cassock spotless, his Latin impeccable. Within a day, he declares the parish sick with myth. He forbids midsummer gatherings, confiscates the old charms, and preaches thunderously against the Lady of the Ford. She is a lie whispered by Satan, he proclaims. No soul dwells beneath the water, save those the Lord has cast there. The villagers nod but say nothing. That night, a sudden wind rises, strong enough to rattle shutters. The next morning, Father Antoni's carriage horse is found dead, drowned in its own trough. He calls it coincidence. The villagers call it reminder. Determined to prove authority, Antoni organizes an exorcism, not of a person, but of the river itself. It happens at dusk. Candles line the bank. Bells ring. The villagers gather reluctantly, crossing themselves but keeping distance. The priest holds a crucifix high, chanting Latin verses over the water. His voice is strong, echoing down the valley. At first, all seems still. Then, halfway through the litany, a low hum fills the air. Not thunder, not wind, but something between song and breath. The river begins to shimmer, its surface trembling as though touched by unseen fingers. The candles flicker, the sound deepens. Some hear weeping, others laughter. Antoni shouts louder, his Latin fierce, but the crucifix in his hand grows wet, droplets forming from nowhere, running down the figure of Christ, as if it weeps too. The villagers back away. The older women kneel and whisper the old prayer. Matko rzeki, przepuść nas. Mother of the river, let us pass. Suddenly the sound ceases. The candles extinguish in unison. Darkness and silence. When the torches are relit, the crucifix is gone. Only Antoni stands motionless, his eyes open, his hand still raised. Empty. He collapses moments later, alive but voiceless. They carry him to the rectory, where he lies muttering faintly, unable to speak more than fragments. His assistant writes down his words as best he can. Not demon, not angel. She waits. He leaves the village soon after, broken, and never preaches again. The church quietly removes all mention of the incident from diocesan records. But in the valley, the story spreads like roots under water, silent, invisible, unstoppable. That same summer, the villagers revived the old rite of Nakkupawi, now disguised as the feast of St. John. The bishop's men never notice. Flowers float again. Songs return, softened by reverence instead of fear. And when the last wreath drifts into the fog, a faint echo hums back downriver, like a sigh of approval. One of the young women turns to her friend and whispers. She listens. The other nods, tossing another wreath just to hear it answered. That autumn, the river recedes, exposing a small wooden cross tangled in roots. It's the missing crucifix, its figure eroded smooth by time and current. The villagers retrieve it carefully and place it beside the altar. From then on, they call it Krzyż Zgody, the cross of accord. Between heaven and water, they say, there is peace at last. For a time it seems true, but memory never sleeps long. In early winter, snow covers the valley. A farmer's wife, clearing paths near the river, hears faint singing, not threatening, only mournful. She stops to listen. The song has no words, only melody, the same washerwoman's tune the elders once forbade. When she returns home, she hums it to her children as a lullaby. It keeps bad dreams away, she tells them. Within weeks, every cradle in the village rocks to that same tune. The priest hears it during Mass, murmured unconsciously by mothers. He lets it be. In Krakow, the royal chronicler files the 1555 incident under rural legends, noting dryly that ignorant peasants continue to anthropomorphize rivers. But another note, unsigned, appears in the margin. Perhaps the peasants are wiser than we. That marginal line survives centuries. Scholars debate its author. Some attribute it to a cleric turned skeptic, others to Piotr Wierzbicki himself. Whoever wrote it must have known the sound of running water in a dream. Winter deepens. The river freezes solid, clear as glass. Beneath the ice, villagers say they see movement, a shape of light gliding slowly below, hair flowing like seaweed. Children press their palms against the ice to glimpse her better. "She's guarding us," one whispers. "She's sleeping," says another. The priest watches, saying nothing. On Christmas Eve, as bells ring midnight mass, the ice cracks once, loud as thunder, then seals again. No one drowns. No one vanishes. Only a few fish are found the next day lying on the shore, gleaming silver and still, their scales patterned like human tears. By spring, the Dziwozona's story shifts once more. From haunting to holiness, from fear to gratitude. The villagers keep her name quiet, but they carry her presence like air, and though they may not notice it, every time they draw water for baptism, for soup, for bread, they pause for a heartbeat before dipping the bucket, as if greeting something that looks back. Spring, 1556. The air feels heavier, as though rain hides behind every cloud, waiting for permission. Yet for once, the floods do not come. The river runs low and clear, its surface calm enough to mirror the sky in full. The villagers call it the quiet year. Children play by the shallows without fear. Old men nap on the grass where once they had lit torches and prayers. The church bell rings clear each morning, its echo soft and harmless. For the first time in living memory, the Vistula seems just a river, water for washing, for drinking, for living. But peace is a fragile illusion. In May, a scholar from Turin arrives, Magister Konrad Lewicki, sent by the king's council to collect evidence of miracles and anomalies. He wears spectacles, quotes Aristotle, and carries a copper astrolabe to measure the river's tides. His tone is that of reason, yet his curiosity borders on hunger. The priest welcomes him politely but warns, "Here, knowledge has teeth." Lewicki laughs. Superstition always does. For days he takes notes, sketches of the river's depth, the angle of the sun at dusk, the changing temperature of water drawn at different hours. He marvels that the current moves slower here than upstream. Natural damming, he concludes. Then he begins interviewing villagers. They tell him polite versions of the old stories, songs, charms, prayers. When he presses further, the tone changes. The blacksmith mutters of voices in reeds, the baker of candles that relight themselves. An old woman, toothless and blind, tells him quietly. She watches scholars most of all. They ask too much and listen too little. That night, Lewicki dreams of water rising through floorboards, seeping into his lungs. By midsummer, he announces his grand experiment. "We will map the soul of this superstition," he declares. His plan, to anchor 3 iron rods in the riverbed, each tipped with silver, to measure magnetism of fear, as he puts it. The villagers refuse to help. "You'll wake her," someone says. He laughs. "Gentlemen, rivers do not sleep." At dawn, he works alone, hammering the rods into the shallows. The third strike echoes oddly, like metal hitting stone. He pauses, frowning. The river beneath his boots seems to pulse once. The ripples spread in perfect concentric rings, all moving outward. By nightfall, he is feverish. The priest finds him sitting outside the rectory, shivering despite the warm air. "She's real," Lewicki whispers. "She's not ghost or saint, she's law." He dies before morning, lungs full of water though his bed is dry. The rods he planted vanish by dawn. The priest records the death as unexplained drowning. The villagers bury him beside the other outsiders who sought too much. A month later, the rains return. At first gentle, then steady, then relentless. The Vistula swells until its banks vanish. The fields vanish. Paths vanish. For 3 days, the village is an island. In the church, people huddle by candlelight while the priest leads prayers. The sound of rain on the roof is deafening, as though heaven itself is pounding for entry. On the 4th night, lightning flashes through the stained glass. For an instant, every pane glows blue. The priest, looking toward the altar, sees water dripping from the Virgin's carved hands. He raises his arms. Mercy! And then the rain stops. The silence that follows is total. Even the children don't cry. The candles burn without flicker. Outside, the river is motionless, a flat mirror stretching to the horizon. When dawn comes, they find the water has receded entirely, leaving behind a layer of smooth silt. Across it, bare footprints run from the church door toward the ford, and there vanish. In the weeks that follow, the flood becomes legend. The lady spared us, people say. Others claim the priest's plea ended an age-old debt. Still others whisper that something was taken in exchange. They are all correct in their own way. At night, the river glows faintly under moonlight, streaked with thin bands of phosphorescent blue. Fishermen refuse to cast nets. Mothers forbid drawing water after dark. Yet no one feels threatened. It is awe now, not fear. One woman describes it best to her neighbor. It's like she breathes, but not against us anymore. That autumn, a small miracle or coincidence occurs. A boy who was born mute begins to hum. Just low notes at first, then a melody. The tune is familiar to the elders, the washerwoman's song, the same one mothers still murmur to lull babies to sleep. When asked where he learned it, the boy simply points to the river. In Krakow, the bishop receives reports of the flood. He reads them twice, frowns, and writes in reply, "It is not the Lord who plays tricks with water. It is ignorance, but the records of his own city speak otherwise." That same month, the Vistula overflows near Wawel Hill, flooding basements, soaking archives, washing away a whole section of the royal embankment. Among the lost items are documents bearing the seals of the old investigations: Piotr Wierzbicki, Jan Korytko, Father Antoni, all gone. The archivists call it coincidence. The river, if asked, would likely disagree. As winter approaches, the priest walks once more along the bank. The air smells of snow and wet bark. He thinks of all the years behind him, the floods, the songs, the vanishing priests and scholars. It never ends, he murmurs, only changes. He bends to touch the water. It feels neither cold nor warm, simply alive. For a moment, his reflection shifts. Not his face, but hers, watching, expression unreadable. He does not flinch. "Keep them safe," he says. The reflection smiles faintly, and the ripples erase it. By the time the snows fall, the village thrives again. The harvest recovers. The church remains standing. Life moves forward, as life always does after miracle or disaster. But when the bells ring now, they carry a second, quieter tone beneath the metal, a faint harmonic, like laughter disguised as song. No one fears it anymore. Children grow up hearing it without knowing its source, and when they ask, parents answer, "That's just the river joining in." And so, after a century of unrest, The Dziwozona becomes what she was perhaps meant to be all along. Not a monster, but the sound of belonging. By the spring of 1557, word of the flood and its strange calm reaches Warsaw. The court clerks, diligent and skeptical, record it as an anomaly of tide and silt. But among merchants and pilgrims, the tale changes shape with every retelling. Some say a priest bargained with a demon of water. Others whisper of a river goddess reborn as protector. Within months, ballads appear in taverns. The bride beneath the ford, the lady who breathed with the bell. The church does not approve, but songs travel faster than edicts. In the village itself, life settles into a rhythm both new and ancient. The old priest, Father Stanisław, finds his congregation quieter, more thoughtful. He rarely needs to scold anyone for missing Mass. They come willingly, not out of fear, but reverence, though some still cross themselves twice when drawing water. Every Sunday, after the service, women gather near the river to wash linens. They do it in daylight now, singing softly. The tune is always the same, the washerwoman's melody. Children splash nearby, their laughter rising and falling with the rhythm of the current. The river hums along, its sound blending with theirs, until no one can tell where voice ends and water begins. That summer, the bishop issues a royal decree. Henceforth, all unsanctioned rites of rivers and springs are forbidden. It arrives with wax seal and formal Latin flourish, but the villagers barely notice. They have long since blurred the line between saint and spirit. To satisfy officials, the priest invents a small compromise. Once a year during midsummer, he leads a procession of thanksgiving to the ford. They carry icons of St. John, sprinkle holy water, and sing psalms. But the words are new only in sound. The melody remains old as reeds. The bishop's envoy writes approvingly, "He has converted their error into devotion." The priest smiles when he reads it, because he knows it's the other way around. Yet the peace is not complete. When the wind turns north, faint laughter can still be heard across the fields. The ferryman, older than any other man alive, swears that on certain nights the water rises just enough to wet the steps of the church. It's her way of visiting, he says. She misses the sound of prayers. No one contradicts him. One evening, a traveling noble stops in the village on his way to Gdansk. His servants camp near the river, scoffing at local tales. To amuse them, he wagers that he'll cross the ford by moonlight and return untouched. If she's real, he laughs. Let her claim me herself. He rides out under a clear sky. The villagers watch from a distance, uneasy. The horse enters the water, hooves splashing softly. Halfway across, the animal stops, ears pinned back. The noble raises his torch, grinning, then gasps. The flame extinguishes. The next morning, they find his horse grazing alone near the shore, the saddle empty, his boots neatly placed beside it. In the mud between them lie two sets of footprints, one leading in, one leading out, both reversed. The priest orders prayers for his soul, though no one believes he's truly gone. Taken, the ferryman mutters, but not lost. Weeks later, a new edict arrives. The king forbids all river processions without written sanction. Fear of rebellion spreads through the nobility. Superstition, they say, is fuel for unrest. Soldiers arrive to enforce the ban. They tear down the wooden cross at the ford and toss it into the river. The villagers watch, silent. The commander mocks them. If your lady cares, she'll fetch it at dusk. Thunder rolls, though no rain falls. The soldiers laugh it off, drink, and sleep. By morning, the cross lies upright again at the center of the ford, wedged in the sand, glowing faintly with dew. The soldiers leave the next day. The commander develops a fever en route and never reaches Warsaw. No one touches the cross again. The event becomes known as the Ford Sign of 57. The bishop dispatches investigators, but finds nothing unusual. Just coincidence, he concludes, though he privately avoids traveling near water thereafter. Among the villagers, the story evolves. The Dziwozona no longer punishes, she corrects. The women whisper that she has grown gentler, her wrath softened by remembrance. Some call her Matka Chizi, mother of silence. Others simply say Nasha Pani Zawodi, Our Lady of the Water. When they speak the name, they smile. By autumn, the priest grows ill. He senses the end approaching and begins dictating his memories to his apprentice, a young man named Jarek, barely 20, skeptical, but loyal. Write it as history, the priest insists. Not legend, the truth lives between. Each night, by candlelight, he recounts what the elders told him. The floods, the vanishings, the laughter, the peace. Jarek listens, wide-eyed, ink staining his fingers. Do you believe she's real? He finally asks. The priest smiles faintly. Reality is the wrong measure. Faith makes real what reason cannot reach. When the old man dies that winter, Jarek buries him beside the others. 3 priests now, each facing the river. He carves into the headstone a single phrase in Polish, Ona słucha. She listens. The apprentice grows into a scholar. Years later, he travels to Krakow to study theology. There, he finds that none of the official records mention his village's stories. When he asks why, an archivist shrugs. Too local. Too small. Jarek returns home. He begins writing his own book, a chronicle titled De Aqua et Fide, on water and faith. Its pages mix scripture and folklore, philosophy and memory. He sends copies to libraries across the kingdom. Few read it, but those who do find within a passage that lingers. When belief and river meet, they do not destroy one another. They braid. Decades later, that sentence will outlive his name. And in the village where he wrote it, the river still hums softly at night. The laughter no longer frightens anyone. It's become part of the wind, part of prayer, part of the long rhythm of forgiveness flowing through centuries. And sometimes, when the moon strikes the ford just right, travelers say they see lilies drifting upstream, not away, but toward the heart of the village. The water, it seems, remembers. By the 1560s, the Dziwożona has begun her slow migration from fear into folklore. The village grows, wooden cottages replaced by brick, yet its people still speak of the river as though it breathes. The younger ones laugh, calling her the grandmother's ghost. But even their laughter holds affection. They no longer fear what waits in the reeds. They greet it. Each spring, the villagers hold what they now call the blessing of the water. Officially, it is a Christian rite. The priest walks the banks with incense and cross, blessing the current for good harvests. But as soon as he finishes, the women step forward. They toss in wreaths of wildflowers and whisper the old words, "Take what is yours and leave what is ours." The priest does not stop them. He only watches the wreaths drift downstream, each circle spinning once before vanishing beneath the bridge. If peace requires poetry, he tells himself, let them have it. By midsummer, pilgrims begin to appear. Travelers from Lublin, Poznan, and even distant Gdansk. They've heard tales of the Lady of the Vistula, who blesses fishermen and protects brides. They come carrying ribbons and coins, praying at the ford as though it were a shrine. The villagers are polite, offering bread and lodging. Some profit quietly from the attention, but beneath their courtesy lies unease. For the Dziwozona was theirs, a private story, and seeing her turned into spectacle feels like betrayal. One elder woman says to her son, "When strangers pray to her, she will have to choose whom to answer." He laughs but avoids fishing the next day. Soon, the church takes notice again. Reports of pagan echoes reach Warsaw, where the memory of old heresies still burns bright. Another decree arrives. All shrines or river offerings are to be removed by royal authority. This time, soldiers do not come. Instead, an inquisitor is sent, a Dominican named Brother Pavel, gaunt, brilliant, and humorless. He keeps meticulous notes and begins his work by asking one question to every villager he meets. What do you fear more, sin or silence? No one knows how to answer. Brother Pavel preaches with thunder. Water cleanses, yes, he declares, but it also deceives. Remember the flood. Remember how easily miracles mimic temptation. The villagers listen, heads bowed. That night, while the priest sleeps, someone leaves a single lily on his doorstep, a quiet rebuttal. Over the next weeks, Pavel orders every charm burned, every wreath destroyed. The people obey outwardly, but begin hiding their offerings beneath floorboards and under bridges. The river accepts them all. When autumn rains come early, flooding the road to the capital, Pavel writes, "These people are stubborn in error. The river mocks my authority. He leaves before winter, convinced he has failed." Yet years later, his journals will survive in monastic archives, filled with hesitant wonder. One line stands out: "If this is heresy, it is a gentle one." Meanwhile, the legend evolves once again. Women who lose children leave milk by the river, believing the lady will carry their babies' souls to safer dreams. Young men carve her name into boats for luck. Even the priests begin using her as metaphor. "Let grace flow like the river," they say, unaware that they've echoed her creed perfectly. The Dziwozona, once enemy of heaven, has become its servant in disguise. In 1563, a strange letter reaches the parish. A poet from Krakow wishes to visit, seeking inspiration from the ancient water bride. His name is Jan Kochanowski, a figure who, in time, will be remembered as one of Poland's greatest writers. He arrives in spring, dressed simply, quill and parchment in hand. For 3 days, he walks the riverbank, listening, sketching, scribbling. He asks few questions, though the villagers notice him muttering in rhythm. On his final night, he sits by the ford until the moon rises. The next morning, he's gone, leaving behind a single note for the priest. The water remembers every name we give it. Months later, his poem, Pieśń o rzece, Song of the River, appears in Krakow. It tells of a spirit who loved her people too much to leave them, who became the soul of the land itself. Scholars call it allegory. Villagers call it gratitude. By the late 1560s, the floodplain has turned fertile beyond belief. Wheat grows tall, fish return in abundance, and no drownings occur for nearly a decade. The villagers speak less of ghosts now, and more of blessings. The lady provides, they say. Still, small reminders surface, reflections that linger too long, dreams of singing beneath water, the feeling of fingers brushing against ankles while washing linen. None of it frightens anyone. In 1568, the last of the old generation dies. the blacksmith who once saw her by moonlight. His granddaughter buries him with a silver comb resting in his hands. The priest officiates, but says nothing of the comb. That night, the river rises just enough to kiss the edge of his grave. By dawn, it withdraws again, leaving no damage, only a few lilies blooming where the soil is still wet. That same year, the king issues a decree allowing local parishes to incorporate folk observances into church festivals so long as they honor saints. It is politics disguised as mercy, but the villagers seize it gratefully. The Dziwozona becomes the shadow patroness of their midsummer rites, unacknowledged yet undeniable. Now, every June, processions cross the fields at dusk, torches and icons glowing like fireflies. The priest prays to St. John, the women sing the river song, and between them something ancient hums approval. If you stand at the ford during that hour, you might hear it. Two faiths woven together in the same melody. Years later, the scholar Jarek's book, De Aqua et Fide, finds readers in faraway lands. A Jesuit in Rome copies a passage into his diary. A spirit once feared became a sacrament of balance. He underlines it twice, and so, without ever leaving her river, the Dziwożona flows quietly into history, changing form, never losing shape. Her story rewritten by every tongue that dares to speak her name. In this age of maps and theology, she becomes the last thing both sides can still believe in, that the world, however rational, is still haunted by care, and perhaps beneath the surface she smiles. By the early 1570s, the Dziwożona has become less a name and more a presence, woven into customs, gestures, the very rhythm of life beside the river. The Vistula's banks are busier now, filled with barges hauling grain to Gdansk and merchants traveling between kingdoms. They speak of her as sailors speak of wind, unseen, unpredictable, and deserving of respect. Don't curse on the water, they warn their apprentices. Don't throw stones after fish, and if you hear laughter, row faster, but don't look back. What was once superstition has hardened into etiquette. The church can tolerate etiquette. The new priest, Father Wojciech, is young, clever, and ambitious. He arrives with parchment and zeal, sent to replace the aging cleric who can barely read the bishop's letters anymore. His goal is reformation, both of faith and of record. We must untangle myth from history, he announces. Only truth can survive eternity. He begins rewriting parish chronicles, striking through older entries. He replaces the lady's visitations with meteorological phenomena. Voices in reeds becomes acoustic illusion. He orders the removal of the cross at the ford, calling it a distraction from grace. The villagers obey, though their silence grows heavy. The first sign that something shifts again comes quietly. On a summer morning, the priest's papers, his freshly written reports, are found soaked, though the window is shut. The ink has bled into the fibers, forming faint ripples like miniature tides. He blames humidity. 2 days later, his ink dries to powder overnight. Still, he persists, lecturing from the pulpit that reason is the light that drives out darkness. His sermons sparkle with intellect, but the congregation dwindles. The villagers prefer the riverbank. One evening, while walking by the ford, Father Wojciech encounters an old woman kneeling in the shallows. She's scattering petals, murmuring prayers, half in Latin, half in words he doesn't recognize. Superstition, he says sharply. The Lord alone hears you. She looks up, her eyes pale as moonlight. Then tell him to listen better. He turns to leave, but the river suddenly ripples outward in a wide circle. His reflection stretches thin, then snaps back. For a heartbeat, the surface shows two figures standing beside him. When he blinks, only the woman remains. The next day, she is gone. He reports the event as hallucination induced by exhaustion. Yet he begins locking his door at night. Weeks later, a traveling Jesuit from Krakow stops to rest at the rectory. During supper, the priest confides in him. They believe the water forgives. I've told them sin cannot drown, the Jesuit replies gently. Perhaps they only mean it carries. That night, the visitor dies quietly in his sleep. No wound, no struggle. His pillow soaked as if he'd slept under rain. The church records it as illness. The villagers call it adoption. Autumn brings a series of strange phenomena. The river runs backward for half an hour one morning, confusing fishermen. Cows refuse to drink from wells for a week. Then a white fog rises nightly, so thick it silences crickets. Within it, faint singing can be heard, slow, soft, almost tender. The villagers gather at the church, uneasy but calm. She's reminding us, someone says. We've grown careless. The priest forbids talk of spirits, yet even he avoids the ford now. When he must cross, he hums psalms under his breath, though they twist unconsciously toward that older melody. In 1572, a royal delegation passes through, led by a noblewoman of high rank. Curious, she asks the priest whether local legends persist. Only as stories for children, he assures her. That night, her entourage camps near the river. At dawn, her attendants find her standing waist-deep in the water, unharmed, eyes closed as if listening. She called, the noblewoman murmurs. So gentle, I couldn't refuse. They drag her ashore. She insists she saw a face beneath the surface. Not monstrous, not divine, simply patient. When the story reaches Warsaw, chroniclers label it episode of sleepwalking. Yet one of her guards, later dismissed, writes privately, "The water sang. I swear it sang." The same year, King Sigismund II dies. Across the country, confusion spreads. Without a monarch, everything feels uncertain. Borders, laws, even the church's hold on the imagination. In the village, they say the river mourns too. It rises without rain, curling mist through fields like grief itself. Children leave offerings of reeds and candles, whispering, "Sleep, lady," until peace returns. The priest writes to the diocese, "The people treat flood as omen, recommend stronger catechism." He receives no reply. The couriers cannot cross the flooded roads. By winter, the fog becomes constant. The villagers adapt, living inside the hush. When bells ring for Mass, their sound bends strangely, echoing twice, once from stone, once from water. The priest finds it unnerving. The old men call it beautiful. He tries one final sermon. There are no ghosts in rivers, only our reflections. An old fisherman at the back of the church answers softly. Then why do reflections answer? One night, the priest dreams of the river overflowing into the nave. The pews float. Candles drift like stars. A woman of water walks down the aisle, her dress made of moonlight. She kneels at the altar and looks at him, not pleading, not accusing, only waiting. When he wakes, the floor beneath his bed is damp. His sermon papers are gone, replaced by a single lily. He burns it, trembling. The next morning, his voice fails. For weeks, he whispers his prayers, never speaking above a murmur. He grows thin and pale. The villagers begin calling him the silenced one. They treat him kindly, for they understand what took his words, not punishment, but exchange. He had tried to silence the river, and the river had answered in kind. From then on, no priest speaks harshly of the Dziwozona again. Each one who comes after blesses both church and current together, saying simply, "May all that flows find peace." The legend endures, lighter now, almost tender. A ghost story turned confession turned hymn, and though official chronicles record none of it, travelers in later centuries will swear that this stretch of the Vistula sounds different, that its current hums like a woman breathing through song, not haunting but remembering. By 1580, the world beyond the village begins to change faster than any river can follow. Empires expand, borders blur, and maps redraw themselves like shifting tides. But here, along this single bend of the Vistula, time still drips, slow and deliberate. The locals say the lady keeps it that way, that she slows the current so the past can keep pace with the present. The church, however, is not so patient. The Counter-Reformation has spread its shadow across Poland. Bishops now travel with guards. Monasteries are rebuilt, heresy punished with spectacle, and inevitably, the new authorities hear again of the soft heresy by the river. They send a man not of the cloth, but of the crown, a royal investigator named Alexander Boruta, famed for quelling uprisings and correcting cults. He carries papers sealed with the royal crest, and beneath them, a pistol engraved with psalms. When he arrives, the villagers lower their eyes. They've seen men like him before: iron, law, and certainty. The priest greets him politely. "You will find no rebellion here," he says. "Only water and memory." Boruta smiles thinly. Memory is where rebellion begins. He begins his inquiry methodically, counting charms, inspecting wells, confiscating any carving or token-bearing river imagery. The villagers cooperate outwardly, but that night, someone ties a wreath of thorns around his door handle. The next morning, it's gone, replaced by a single lily pressed flat beneath the handle's weight. He assumes intimidation. The priest recognizes warning. At first, Boruta dismisses the stories as woman's talk. Then his horse refuses to cross the ford. He beats it. It rears back, eyes wild, refusing the water. He notices the current flowing backward, so faintly he doubts his own sight. He dismounts and kneels at the edge, touching the surface. It feels neither warm nor cold, but pulsing, like skin. He withdraws his hand quickly. That night, he dreams of footsteps along his chamber floor, slow and deliberate, circling his bed. In the morning, he finds the marks of wet soles on the wooden planks, small and bare. He orders the priest interrogated. "You've fed this madness," Boruta accuses. The priest replies softly, "Madness that harms no one may be sanity in disguise." Boruta scoffs, but he sleeps with candlelight after that. The next week, he assembles the villagers for what he calls a ritual of restoration. It will cleanse them of superstition once and for all. He orders the ancient ford filled with stones to choke the whisper of heresy. They obey under threat, shoveling rocks until dusk. When the last stone falls, the river grows eerily still. For 3 nights, nothing moves. No current, no ripples, no frog song. It is as if the river has died. Children cry in their sleep. The cattle refuse to drink. Even the air tastes metallic. On the 4th night, the silence breaks, not with storm, but with song. It begins as a low hum, spreading from beneath the stones. The villagers wake and gather on the bank, torches trembling. The water below glows faintly blue. Then the stones begin to shift, slowly at first, then faster, tumbling aside as the current returns. The noise is deafening, like grinding teeth. Baruta shouts for order, but his voice drowns under the sound. He stumbles forward, pistol drawn. "Show yourself," he yells into the dark. From the center of the river, a pale light rises. The outline of a woman formed from water and moon. Her hair streams upward like smoke, her eyes calm. When she speaks, it is not in words, but in vibration, felt through bone rather than ear. Boruta fires once. The shot echoes, useless. The bullet vanishes midair. The light dims, the water calms. When the torches flare back to life, the investigator is gone. Only his pistol remains, lying at the river's edge, metal blackened, barrel filled with water. The next morning, the river runs clearer than anyone remembers. The fish return, silver and alive. The villagers take it as absolution. The priest writes, "She defends herself now. No one need speak for her again." In Warsaw, Baruta's disappearance becomes rumor. Bandits, perhaps, they say, or fever. The crown sends no one else. Months later, an artist from Gdansk visits the village, painting landscapes of the Vistula. His most famous work, The Woman in the Current, will hang in a cathedral for centuries. In it, light glows beneath the surface of the river, forming a faint, feminine silhouette. He insists he never saw such a vision, only felt something watching while I worked. By winter, the priest receives a letter from an old friend in Krakow. A Jesuit scholar here believes your river tales mask environmental truths, marsh vapors, phosphorescence, echo phenomena. He plans to publish findings. Perhaps reason will finally bury your ghost. The priest smiles at that word, bury. When snow melts months later, the scholar's manuscript washes ashore, ink dissolved, its pages fused into a single sheet. On it remains one legible sentence, reversed in mirror script. Do not measure what breathes. After Baruta's death, fear fades. No more decrees, no more trials. The Dziwozona becomes untouchable, not saint, not sin, simply part of the land's inheritance. Children learn her song before their prayers. Men carve her image on boats. Women whisper her name when births go safely. When crops survive floods, she is no longer a ghost story. She is the border between superstition and science, alive in both. In later years, the capital's philosophers mock the tale. A provincial myth, they say. Yet when one such scholar visits, he writes privately afterward, "The people here live without despair. Their faith, though misplaced, brings peace. Perhaps holiness needs no proof, only rhythm." He never publishes those words. By 1583, a small chapel stands near the ford, built by villagers without church sanction. Inside hangs a simple icon, a woman robed in river blue, hair unbound, palms open. Below it, a Latin inscription reads, "Non timere aquam quae audit." Fear not the water that listens. The priest blesses it quietly one dawn, without permission, and as he turns to leave, he hears it again. That familiar sound, not laughter this time, but breath, rising and falling with his own. He smiles, knowing now that every investigator, every cleric, every poet and skeptic had been chasing the same truth. She was never the ghost in the river. She was the river itself. By the dawn of the 17th century, the name Dziwozona has faded from official record, but not from voice. What survives is subtler, a vocabulary of habits, glances, pauses. The villagers no longer tell her story as a warning. but as a way to explain anything that doesn't fit the rules of men or the church. A child born under a waning moon is said to be touched by the water. A strange echo in a well becomes her breath returning. When fog hangs low across the fields, people whisper, "She's walking again." The tone is not fear. It's recognition. The priest now serving here, Father Mikau, mild and bookish, writes in his journal, "The Lady of the River has become grammar. They no longer see her. They speak through her. The village itself has changed. Trade routes link it to Warsaw, and barges carry salt, iron, and stories. Travelers stop to drink, to pray, to gossip. They bring new faiths and new explanations, alchemy, magnetism, even natural philosophy." One merchant laughs at the local customs. "You peasants," he says, "turn every puddle into a saint." The innkeeper answers, "It keeps the world clean." And in that dry exchange lies the secret. No one here believes entirely, and yet no one dares forget. In 1602, an Italian Jesuit named Matteo Corsi visits on his pilgrimage north. He's writing a treatise on local idolatries and their Christian assimilation. He stays 3 nights at the rectory, cataloging everything. On the 3rd evening, as fog rolls in, he asks the priest to show him the ford. They walk in silence until the moon breaks through. The water glitters, soft and low. "Beautiful," Matteo says, "but not divine." The priest smiles faintly. It never asked to be. He bends, fills a small flask, and corks it tight. Later, in Rome, Corsi will keep that bottle sealed on his desk for years, claiming it never evaporates. When he dies, his pupils find it shattered from the inside. Meanwhile, the villagers have transformed the old chapel at the ford into a gathering place for births and betrothals. They call it the House of Blessing. There, midwives dip their hands into bowls of river water before touching a newborn's forehead. Young couples wash each other's palms before exchanging vows. None of it is written down, but all of it is remembered. The church turns a blind eye. There are worse sins than gratitude. Then, one summer, the river changes again. At first it's subtle. The current slows, fish move oddly, lilies bloom twice in a season. Then the weather shifts without cause. Fog at noon, frost at dawn. Old people whisper, "She's restless." A traveling physician attributes it to disease in the wetlands. Marsh fever, he calls it. He prescribes drainage. The villagers refuse. "If we drain her, who will forgive us next time?" When the physician persists, the priest intervenes. "We will cure what the Lord wills," he says, "but we will not bury our past." The physician leaves, muttering about ignorance. His horse refuses to cross the bridge. Autumn brings something new, a melody none of them recognize. It begins at dusk, faint and flute-like, echoing through the valley. Some say it's just wind in the reeds. Others swear it's a woman humming. Each night it grows stronger, then fades with the dawn. The priest tries to locate the source, walking the banks with lantern in hand. Once, he thinks he sees her, a figure kneeling by the water, combing long, dark hair. But when he steps closer, only the ripples remain. He doesn't tell anyone. Instead, he begins ending Mass with a new line. "For those who remember, may peace flow." The congregation echoes softly, "May peace flow." No one notices when it replaces Amen. By 1605, the legend has become art again. Traveling minstrels sing "The Lily Bride of the Vistula," blending fact and invention. The song tells of a maiden who loved her people so deeply that even death could not wash her away. In one version, she drowns herself to save the village from flood. In another, she marries the river and becomes its heart. Whatever the tale, the refrain is always the same. Water remembers kindness better than prayer. The melody spreads across towns and markets. Scholars in Krakow dismiss it as peasant sentimentality. But a century later, it will resurface in literature, shaping the romantic image of the Slavic rusalka, a ghostly maiden, neither cursed nor blessed, just eternal. One cold winter night, Father Michał sits alone in the rectory, writing by candlelight. He pauses as the wind shifts. The flame flickers, then steadies. A faint sound rises from outside, soft humming, familiar. He listens, heart steady, not fearful. "You keep teaching us," he says aloud, "even now." The next morning, he finds a single wet footprint on the step. The snow around it is untouched. He writes in his journal, "Perhaps the sacred is not what defies nature, but what outlasts explanation." A decade later, a flood sweeps through the region. Dozens of villages vanish, yet his survives. When rescuers arrive, they find the water line stopping precisely at the old chapel, leaving everything above untouched. Inside, candles still burn, their wicks unblackened. The rescuers call it miracle. The villagers call it courtesy. By the time the 17th century reaches its middle years, new wars and new sciences will wash over Poland. But here, along this quiet bend, the water keeps its own history, a story that has outlived its tellers, reshaping itself for whoever will listen next. And on nights when the fog drifts across the fields, blending sky and earth, one might hear a sound, neither wind nor hymn, but something in between. A voice, low and endless, saying, not fear me, not worship me, but simply remember. By the time the calendar turns to 1620, the legend of the Dziwozona has become inseparable from the land itself. She is no longer named directly, only invoked in gestures. A pause before drawing water, a fingertip traced in the air over a newborn's brow, a glance to the horizon before a journey. The people have learned to fold her into their rhythm, not as myth, but as etiquette, as instinct. The church, for once, no longer interferes. There are greater heresies to chase, wars to fund, empires to watch. The small valley by the Vistula has slipped beneath official notice, tucked away in the folds of its own quiet. The villagers take this peace as blessing. Each year they hold the midsummer procession, no longer called a festival, but simply the night of light. They walk with torches and wreaths, children singing. The song has lost its words through centuries of repetition, reduced to sound and breath. The river answers with small ripples, steady and calm. Only the elders remember the old verses, the lines about lilies and laughter. They sing them softly to themselves while the others dance. The young priest now tending the parish, Father Andrei, was born after the last flood. He has never known the river as threat, only as mirror. His sermons are gentle and short. He tells his people that faith is like water. It takes the shape of its vessel, but remains the same at heart. He does not realize how literal he is being. In 1623, a wandering artist passes through, hired to paint a mural for the chapel. He spends hours watching the current before beginning. The finished fresco shows St. John blessing the waters, but behind him, barely visible in the paint's shimmer, a woman's outline forms in the ripples, her hands open, eyes half closed. The villagers see it instantly. The priest pretends not to. During consecration, a beam of light falls directly on the painted water. Dust motes shimmer like floating scales. For a heartbeat, The entire image seems alive. The miracle of the ford, people begin to call it. Pilgrims return. Candles burn night and day. The church, when notified, simply writes, approved as artistic illusion, inspired by divine beauty. But in the village, they know better. They've seen that light before. By midsummer, the fields are thick with rain. The river swells again, but not dangerously, just enough to fill the air with its scent, that mingling of iron and lilies. The priest walks the bank, whispering psalms. A child follows him, barefoot, holding a lantern. "Father," she says, "is it true she listens when we pray?" He pauses. "Who told you that?" "My grandmother. She says the river keeps our words until they're needed." He smiles, more moved than he admits. "Then let us give her something worth keeping." They kneel together, and he prays not for safety or salvation, but for balance between old and new, water and word, memory and time. When they rise, the air feels lighter. Somewhere downstream, a heron lifts off, its wings carving ripples through fog. That autumn, a scholar from Gdansk named Tomasz arrives, bearing parchment and skepticism. He's compiling a compendium of Slavic survivals, folk remnants unworthy of theology, but useful for anthropology. He interviews everyone, scribbling furiously. "The Dziwozona," he says aloud in the tavern, "was clearly a misunderstanding of nature. Perhaps methane vapors or hallucinations from stagnant air." The villagers let him talk. At night, the innkeeper's wife leaves a bowl of clean water on his windowsill. The next morning, Tomasz wakes to find his notes blurred beyond recognition. Every page rippled like a riverbed. The ink has rearranged itself into one clear phrase repeated over and over. "Nie miers, ko odicha." Do not measure what breathes. He leaves the same day, declining breakfast. By now, the outside world has caught the faint echo of the myth again. Poets in Krakow reference the Bride of the Ford as symbol of loyalty to land and language. Painters depict pale maidens by rivers, eyes luminous with melancholy. Philosophers quote it as parable, "She who flows is free." The villagers, amused, simply nod. "Let them make her theirs," they say. "She has enough of us already." Still, when the poems reach their valley, someone always reads them aloud by candlelight, just to hear if the river hums in response. Sometimes it does. In 1627, an unusual drought strikes. The river shrinks into a thread of silver, its bed cracked and dry. People worry quietly. "She's gone," the children whisper. The priest assures them otherwise. Even silence is part of her voice. To prove it, he leads them to the exposed ford. Together they kneel and press their palms against the parched earth. For a long while, nothing happens. Then, one by one, small drops of water seep up between their fingers. Not rain, not groundwater, but a rising pulse, like the skin of something living. Within days, the river returns. When word of this reaches Krakow, it's recorded as a meteorological anomaly. Spontaneous aquifer resurgence following barometric fluctuation. In the village, they simply call it her heartbeat. Years pass quietly. The people stop arguing whether she's real. She has become part of the grammar of existence. The pause before a blessing, the hush before a storm. The priest grows old. In his final years, he writes a single entry in the parish book. "The lady has taught us patience. In her reflection, even death looks gentle." He dies one autumn evening as rain begins to fall. During his burial, the river rises just high enough to touch the edge of the chapel, as it always does. When the mourners leave, they find lilies growing at every doorstep, blooming despite the cold. By the century's end, outsiders call it folklore, philosophers call it metaphor, and the villagers call it truth. Whatever the label, the rhythm continues. The water keeps breathing. The laughter, no longer eerie, threads itself through rustling reeds, through song, through prayer. And if you stand at the ford in twilight, still enough to let silence settle, you might hear her speak, not in words, but in the movement of the current itself. I am not gone. You simply learned my language. By the mid-1600s, the valley has changed again. The wars that tear across Poland barely brush its edges. Soldiers avoid the marshlands, calling them cursed. Trade routes shift eastward, leaving the village quieter than ever. The people live between memory and routine, tilling soil that has tasted centuries of faith, drawing water from a river that knows every name it's ever been given. The Dziwozona is not spoken of now, yet everything bears her handwriting. The bridges curve where the current once broke its banks. The chapel doors are carved with wave patterns, though no carpenter admits to making them. Even the weather seems to breathe in rhythm with her story. Gentle summers, forgiving winters, floods that rise only high enough to remind, and so the legend sleeps. But sleep, as the valley knows, is never the same as silence. In 1640, a wandering chronicler named Marek Dobrzycki arrives, traveling on foot from Vilnius. He is compiling a volume called Mirabilia Poloniae, Wonders of Poland. His aim is to collect the last traces of folk divinities fading under civilization. He listens patiently, recording what few elders still recall. They tell him half-remembered versions of floods and brides, of lilies and laughter, of priests who prayed too loudly. Marek is meticulous. He copies even contradictions, noting in the margin, all truths survive by changing costume. When he reaches the chapel at the ford, he stops to sketch. The air hums faintly, though no bell rings. In his journal, he writes, "There is a stillness here that behaves like breathing." That night, as he lodges at the inn, his ink refuses to dry. The words blur, then rearrange themselves into mirror script. He stares, transfixed, until he recognizes the shape of one word written backward. Remember. The next morning, he leaves a single candle burning in the chapel and departs without farewell. Centuries later, his notebook will be found preserved in a Krakow archive, pages fused but intact. Scholars studying the handwriting note that the ink is water-stained yet still legible, as if sealed by humidity from within. One entry reads, "She is not story, but soil." Meanwhile, the villagers adapt their faith to the age's new fashions. They attend Mass, recite catechisms, and decorate the Virgin's altar with lilies. When questioned by visiting clergy, they insist the flowers are for purity. Only among themselves do they admit what they really mean. They're for her too. During drought, they gather by the river's bend to sing psalms in soft unison. The words are Christian, but the cadence is older, the rhythm unmistakable. And when thunder cracks, the lightning always seems to strike upstream, as though diverted by unseen hand. The priest calls it providence. The farmers call it gratitude. By 1650, plague reaches nearby towns. Panic travels faster than the disease. People flee the cities for the countryside, carrying rumor and prayer. The valley braces for ruin, but the fever never comes. Caravans pass untouched. No one falls ill. A Jesuit from Warsaw visits to investigate, expecting superstition. He leaves confused, writing, "They obey the church, yet their blessings come from the river." I do not know which has greater jurisdiction. His report is filed away, forgotten under stacks of war decrees. When the Swedish invasion sweeps through in the 1650s, soldiers camp briefly by the ford. Their horses refuse to drink. The captain orders them forced. One animal bolts and drowns itself instantly. That night, the soldiers hear singing from the water and flee before dawn. Decades later, locals still find fragments of armor caught in the mud, smooth, rustless, as if the river had polished them for centuries. Children play with the pieces, calling them the lady's scales. As generations turn, the old chapel becomes ruin and then shrine again. No official repairs it. No one dares tear it down. Moss covers the stones. Lilies sprout through cracks in the floor. Visitors who enter claim to hear dripping, though the roof is dry. In one corner lies an old crucifix, half rotted, half glimmering with a faint silver sheen. The inscription below it has faded, but some letters remain. Aqua memor. The locals translate loosely. The water remembers. A century will pass before the name Dziwozona appears in writing again. But even without it, her grammar persists in daily life. Brides still wash their hands before wedding feasts. Mothers still whisper blessings that sound suspiciously like songs. And every midsummer, the villagers still release wreaths of lighted candles, watching them drift downriver in lines of gold. If a wreath sinks, they say a promise has been kept. If it floats, another has been made. In 1675, the river floods once more, higher than anyone remembers. Houses vanish, trees uproot. Yet when the waters recede, the chapel still stands. Foundations scoured clean, lilies blooming brighter than ever. One survivor swears he saw a woman walking across the surface that night, carrying a lantern shaped like a heart. He describes her not as spirit, but as the calm in the middle of noise. The priest dismisses him kindly. Still, the man leaves a loaf of bread at the ford every Sunday for the rest of his life. By the end of the century, the valley's story is known across Poland as Legenda o Panie Zerzeki, the legend of the River Maiden. It is performed in traveling theaters and retold in ballads. Each version ends differently. Sometimes she vanishes, sometimes she ascends, sometimes she remains to watch forever. But in her own valley, they never finish the story. They simply live it, letting the river carry its next chapter as it always has, quietly, tirelessly, in the language of flowing water. One winter's night, when the frost is deep and even the river slows to glass, a child claims she sees someone beneath the ice, long hair floating, eyes open. "Don't be afraid," her grandmother whispers. She's just checking the reflection. The child presses her small hand against the frozen surface. For a moment, another hand presses back. When she looks again, there is only the endless rippling dark. By the opening years of the 18th century, the village by the Vistula seems untouched by the wars, famines, and plagues that scar the rest of Europe. Strangers arriving by boat marvel at its quiet prosperity. Fields unburned, cattle healthy, children bright-eyed. A fortunate place, they call it. The villagers, smiling, answer, a remembered one, because remembrance here is the oldest form of protection. The chapel at the ford, once ruin, now stands again, half restored by no single mason, as if the stones repaired themselves. No one can recall who brought the timber, who mended the roof, who painted the door a pale river blue. It simply happened between one spring and another, the way trees leaf and lilies bloom. Inside, votive candles burn without supervision. Sometimes they go out. Sometimes, in mornings after fog, they are relit with no trace of hand or match. The priest records none of this. He has learned that not every miracle needs a witness. In 1703, a scholar monk named Brother Augustine visits to survey sites of local piety. He finds the villagers welcoming, but reserved. They answer his questions in parables. When he asks about the lady, an elder woman replies, "She isn't lady or lord. She's what happens when we remember properly." He laughs softly. "And when you forget?" The woman looks toward the river. "Then we start needing priests again." That line unsettles him more than he admits. The monk attends Mass that Sunday. As the bell tolls, its echo rolls across the water, twice, then 3 times, as though answered. He mentions it afterward, but the priest only smiles. "It does that for us. You'll grow used to it." That night, the monk dreams of walking through fog. Voices rise and fall around him, not hostile, not welcoming, just endless. Centuries of breath layered together. When he wakes, his pillow is damp, and a single lily petal rests against his sleeve. He decides to end his report with the phrase, "Faith harmonized with nature, superstition pacified by grace." Yet privately, he writes another note in the margin. Perhaps nature is the truer grace. In the years that follow, the legend takes on a new life beyond the valley. Philosophers in Krakow debate whether folk piety can coexist with reason. Enlightenment thinkers mention the Dziwozona in essays about primitive spirituality refined into metaphor. To them, she is no longer a being but a symbol, a poetic way to reconcile science and soul. The villagers, hearing of these discussions, only shake their heads. "When the wise start talking about her," says the miller's wife, "it means she's about to change shape again." And indeed, she does. In 1712, floods strike the upper Vistula. Dozens of towns are destroyed. The valley's people prepare for ruin, but the river only rises to the edge of the ford, as if stopping to look, then retreats. The chapel bell rings on its own that night, and the air fills with a soft blue glow. The next morning, every footprint in the mud points backward. No one cleans them away. The following year, a painter from Lwów visits. He has heard of the miracle and hopes to capture it. He paints the river as dawn breaks, mists lifting, church bells echoing. And when he finishes, he notices something not in his sketch. The faint form of a woman kneeling in reflection beside the chapel. Her hands are raised, not in threat, but in blessing. He swears he never painted her. The villagers insist she added herself. The painting, Matka Wody, Mother of Water, will hang in the city's cathedral for a century before vanishing during war. Some say it was stolen. Others, that it melted back into light. As decades pass, the lady's name grows dim even here. The younger generation calls her Pani Chizi, Our Lady of Silence. She has shed her teeth and claws, her mournful shrieks. What remains is gentleness, vigilance. She guards without needing worship. Old songs become lullabies. The washerwoman's tune survives only as cradle hum. Mothers tell children, "Sleep." The river listens, and the river does. By 1740, the Enlightenment has reached even rural parishes. Jesuits send pamphlets explaining gravity, magnetism, the tides. Nature obeys laws, they declare. The priest reads them aloud, nodding. "Yes," he says, "and the first of those laws is memory." At midsummer, when torches line the bank, the villagers still lower candles into the water. They no longer call it prayer. They call it reflection. Somewhere in the reeds, a ripple spreads, gentle, deliberate. The same pattern that's repeated for 200 years. A traveler passing through that season writes in his journal, "I have heard many strange tales, but this place is unlike others. The air seems charged with attention, as if even insects pause to listen. No one raises their voice here. No one argues. The river dictates the tone. He leaves with a jar of water from the ford." Decades later, when his descendants open it, the water is clear and cold, untouched by time. By the century's close, the valley remains a pocket of calm in a continent shifting toward industry and revolution. The river's story, though mostly forgotten in name, endures in practice. Small acts of reverence, pauses before speech, candles in windows on foggy nights, and sometimes, when moonlight strikes the current just right, the reflection of a woman glides along the water, her face serene, her gaze forward. Those who see her say she looks less like ghost or goddess now, and more like the river remembering itself. In her quiet evolution, the Dziwozona has become something beyond myth, an agreement between people and place, a centuries-long truce that still holds. The bells ring, the lilies bloom, and the water, ever watchful, ever forgiving, keeps breathing its slow syllable of belonging. By the early 19th century, the old valley has begun to wake to a new rhythm. Steam and iron reach the world like fresh commandments. Rails cut through forests once left to spirits, and towns sprout where silence used to live. Yet down by the Vistula Bend, change moves slower, as though the air itself resists hurry. A stone milestone near the ford still bears the faint carving of a woman's face. Time has softened her features, but not her gaze. Passers-by who stop there swear the stone warms faintly to touch, even in winter. Children, unafraid, call her the listener. The river has grown narrower, but deeper, mirroring the people who live beside it. Fewer now, but rooted. The new priest, Father Carroll, is fond of saying, "Every river writes its gospel in silt." When he preaches, half his metaphors are drawn from water. He has never seen the Dziwozona, but he feels her near, in the hush between words. It is an age of rediscovery. Scholars and poets turn back to the folklore of their homelands, searching for identity in forgotten tales. Among their rediscovered myths, the Dziwozona returns, half demon, half muse. Romantic writers from Krakow and Lwów claim her as symbol of woman's defiance and nature's melancholy. Painters render her not as a monster, but as a sorrowful guardian, hair like riverweed, eyes like dusk. She becomes fashionable, tragic, human. In the cities, salons recite verses, "She drowned not for sin, but for silence." In the village, people smile quietly. They know she never drowned at all. In 1822, a young folklorist named Helena Orlicka arrives, traveling alone, notebooks tied in ribbon. She hopes to collect songs of the forgotten. The villagers receive her with kindness, though they find her questions peculiar. "Who was she?" Helena asks an old woman weaving nets. "Who is who?" "The lady of your river," the woman chuckles softly. "If you must ask, you've already heard her." Helena laughs, thinking it jest. But that night, she dreams of walking through reeds, hearing a heartbeat that matches her own. She wakes before dawn, goes to the river, and begins to write. Her field notes, found years later in an attic, contain no measurements, no transcriptions. Only one line repeated across 3 pages. She breathes through everything that endures. Around the same time, industrial barges begin passing through. their captains complain that their compasses behave oddly near the ford. Needles drift north, then freeze, refusing correction until the boats move downstream. One sailor nails a cross to the mast for balance. The next morning the cross is gone. In its place, a lily pinned by a wet thread. They avoid that route afterward. The official navigation charts mark the spot, local anomaly. Avoid unnecessary anchoring. By mid-century, progress finds its way even here. The river is dredged, bridges strengthened, roads paved. The chapel becomes a curiosity for travelers, a romantic ruin. Artists sketch it for postcards titled Shrine of the Water Bride. Tourists arrive in bright carriages. They take bottles of river water as souvenirs. They ask the villagers for the original legend. The villagers oblige, but never the same way twice. Sometimes she is saint, sometimes ghost, sometimes a lesson in patience. What do you believe? One visitor presses. The innkeeper smiles. Belief is what happens between floods. A scholar from Warsaw publishes The Dziwozona, ethnographic echo of pre-Christian water cults. It circulates through Europe, citing the valley as the oldest surviving site of aquatic syncretism. Letters flood in from France, England, even Italy, each claiming resemblance to local myths, Melusine, Undine, Rusalka. The author grows famous. When he returns to the valley to verify details, he finds his own book waiting in the chapel, its pages warped by moisture. On the title page, written in pale silt, are 3 words: "Leave it breathing." He leaves it there. Not all changes are gentle. In 1863, uprising sweeps across the country. Rebels hide in forests, soldiers patrol roads. The valley sees brief violence, smoke, then silence. When it clears, the chapel still stands, unburned amid blackened fields. Soldiers report their torches refuse to light inside. Later, a general writes, "We encountered natural resistance in that region, unnatural calm. By century's end, electricity has come. A power station rises upstream, harnessing the river's force. Engineers build dams, redirect flow. The villagers watch silently. You cannot harness what remembers," one murmurs. During testing, machines fail repeatedly. Gauges burst, gears seize. At last, the engineer in charge orders an overnight halt. By morning, the turbines work perfectly, though none of the workers recall fixing them. A foreman finds a lily tucked into the control lever. He leaves it there for luck. The 20th century dawns, carrying wars the river does not understand. Men die in trenches far away. Refugees pass through the valley, weary and silent. They drink from the water and whisper, "It tastes alive." The villagers say nothing. They have learned that comfort is not always meant to be explained. By 1939, borders shift again. Flags change colors, but the river flows indifferent to empire. Soldiers crossing the bridge notice the current brighten under moonlight, reflecting not stars, but a slow, pale shimmer. They call it Widmo Wadi, the water ghost. Yet no one feels fear. Even amid sirens and thunder, the air retains that old stillness, as though time itself holds its breath here. And when the war ends and the world counts its dead, the valley simply exhales, quietly, steadily, until the river resumes its song. It's said that on the first peaceful spring after the war, a little girl walking along the bank found a necklace caught in the reeds, a thin thread of gold with a small cross and a tiny carved lily. No one claimed it. Her grandmother only smiled. "She's reminding us again," she said. "Of what?" that even after fire, water remembers how to heal. By the mid-20th century, the legend of the Dziwozona has slipped from folklore into footnote. Yet she lingers, shape-shifting once again to survive the modern tongue. The river still winds quietly through the valley, though now telephone poles march along its banks, and the chapel has been declared a heritage monument. Concrete paths lead tourists to the ford. Plaques describe her as a mythic embodiment of fertility and rebirth in Slavic imagination. The text ends politely. This legend demonstrates the transformation of pagan belief into Christian morality. The villagers smile when they read it. They know the legend never demonstrated anything. It simply endured. Each summer, the town holds its new festival, Dni Wodi, the Days of Water. Vendors sell trinkets, school children wear paper wreaths, folk dancers perform rehearsed steps. Tourists cheer, take photographs, and go home believing they've witnessed something ancient. But in the quiet afterward, when the stalls are packed away and the electric lights go out, the locals gather by the river's edge with real candles, floating them downstream as their ancestors once did. No band, no applause, no cameras, just the hush of current and breath. One by one, the flames drift into darkness, and someone always whispers, "She's still here." During the 1960s, anthropologists from Warsaw University visit to record remaining ritual survivals. They interview elders, noting phrases that defy translation. She remembers who forgets. We pray to her by not praying. One researcher, a young woman named Christina, becomes obsessed. She returns each season for 7 years, recording the changing moods of the river. In her final report, she writes, "I cannot classify them. They no longer believe in the Dziwożona, but the Dziwożona still believes in them." She dies suddenly in 1973, drowned while crossing a shallow stretch known to be safe. Locals retrieve her tape recorder downstream, still intact. The last sound it captured is not a splash or struggle, but humming, a low, wordless melody. Experts call it interference. The villagers call it answer. The state later installs warning signs. Strong undertow. Swimming prohibited. But every spring, someone leaves flowers there anyway. One old man interviewed for television says, "She takes only those who listen too closely. The rest she lets go." The host laughs nervously. The man just looks at the river and smiles. In 1989, the government officially reopens the chapel after decades of closure. Restoration teams scrub away moss, replace cracked stones, and hang floodlights to make the relic gleam for visitors. When the switches are thrown for the first time, the bulbs flicker, then go dark. Technicians check the wiring. Perfect. Yet every night after, the chapel glows faintly anyway, a dim, bluish shimmer, visible only from across the river. Photographers try to capture it. Cameras show nothing. Someone nails a handwritten note to the door. Not all light needs electricity. By the early 2000s, the legend has gone digital. Websites catalog European mermaids and water spirits. Online forums debate whether she's Slavic, Baltic, or universal. YouTube hosts videos of tourists whispering at the ford, hoping to record ghostly voices. Most capture only wind, but one clip circulates briefly before vanishing. A 30-second recording taken during a thunderstorm. The camera shakes, rain blurring the lens, but the audio catches something unmistakable. A woman's laughter, soft and close, layered beneath the rain. The uploader deletes it within a day, claiming nightmares. The villagers shrug. She's updating herself. says the innkeeper's son. In 2012, developers propose building a small hydroelectric plant nearby. The valley protests. Environmental groups cite endangered habitats. Locals speak of spiritual balance. During a preliminary dig, workers unearth ancient offerings beneath the silt. Tiny silver figurines, bones wrapped in linen, coins from 5 different centuries. Archaeologists document them carefully, but one item puzzles them. A mirror, uncorroded, perfectly clear. When lifted, it fogs instantly, then cracks down the center. Inside the fissure, droplets form and trickle like tears. The project halts for environmental reassessment. It never resumes. Today, the ford still looks much as it did 500 years ago. Shallow, stony, half forgotten. The river's curve forms a perfect crescent when viewed from above, like a sleeping eye. Locals say it opens only for those who approach with silence. Tourists come less often now. The legend competes poorly with modern attractions. But on certain nights, mist-heavy, moon-silver, the valley seems to exhale. Reeds sway though no wind blows, and a faint ripple glides against the current, unhurried, aware. Someone walking the bank might feel it. That subtle pull at the chest, the ancient invitation to step closer, to listen. And if they do, they'll hear what countless generations have mistaken for water's murmur, a voice that has adapted to every age, speaking the same single vow. I remain. Thus, from pagan tale to Christian heresy, from romantic symbol to tourist brand, the Dziwozona survives. Less a myth now than a mirror. She reflects whatever the century needs to see. The fear of the unknown, the longing for balance, the grief for what progress forgets, and through every retelling, the current holds steady, whispering the same truth that no theory or empire has yet erased. Some stories refuse to die because they belong to the living world itself. Morning mist rolls across the river like breath returning to lungs. The valley is quiet, timeless again. Only the hum of insects and the soft churn of water against stone mark the hour. 5 centuries of life and change lie folded into this hush, as if the world itself is pausing to remember. A new priest tends the chapel now, young, curious, raised in cities where the river is only a name on maps. He doesn't quite know why he accepted this post. Perhaps he wanted solitude. Perhaps, like so many before him, he was called. He walks each dawn along the ford. He's read the files, the legends, the cultural heritage summaries. None mention how the air feels alive here, how every breeze carries something unsaid. At first, he attributes it to imagination. Later, he stops trying to explain. He begins keeping a small notebook of observations. March 12th. Found lilies blooming early near the door. April 7th. Candle flames steady, though windows open. April 19th. Heard distant humming when no one nearby. He doesn't call it miracle, just rhythm. When tourists come, he guides them politely. He recites the official story. The Dziwozona, a figure of pre-Christian folklore, symbolizing water's duality. His tone is practiced, measured, but sometimes, when he catches their eyes, he adds softly, and perhaps just memory, given a shape. They smile, thinking it poetry. One evening, after a summer storm, he finds the ford glowing faintly blue, not reflection, not phosphorescence, but something inward, like light beneath skin. He stands motionless. The air smells of lilies and rain. Then he hears it, a laugh so delicate it feels like water running over glass. He whispers, "Are you still there?" The river answers in ripples. He kneels. touches the surface. The current swirls around his fingers, forming circles that expand outward, endless. When he lifts his hand, it's dry. Later that night, he writes, "Perhaps she is not waiting for belief. Perhaps she is belief. The world's way of assuring itself it's still alive." He never shares this note, but his parishioners notice subtle changes. His sermons become quieter, more about gratitude than doctrine. He blesses both river and sky each Mass, his palms open to the horizon. During midsummer, the old candle ritual returns. Families gather at twilight, lighting small flames and setting them adrift. No one calls it prayer, yet every candle floats perfectly, none sinking, none extinguished. Children chase the lights along the bank, laughing. One girl stops, pointing to her reflection. "She's smiling," she says. The adults glance down and see only water. Still, they smile too. In time, the priest grows old. His hair whitens, his voice softens. Before his final winter, he tells the school teacher, "If the church ever asks, tell them this place taught me what faith really means. Not obedience, not fear, but listening." When he dies, they bury him beside the ford. During the service, fog rolls in, though the sky is clear. The bell rings twice on its own. The villagers take it as greeting. That night, a thin mist hovers above his grave, glowing faintly blue. In the morning, a wreath of lilies floats nearby, unanchored, perfect. No one touches it. Years pass. Generations shift. The world forgets faster than ever. Names, wars, even gods. But the river holds steady, carrying what memory it can. Sometimes strangers come, drawn by old maps or instinct, and they pause at the ford without knowing why. They always stay longer than they intend. One of them, a filmmaker from abroad, records the sound of the water. Later, when he listens in his studio, he hears something beneath the rush, a faint voice humming through the static. He thinks it equipment error. The villagers would tell him otherwise. At twilight, the valley returns to its oldest condition, half shadow, half song. The reeds sway. The chapel glimmers faintly. Beneath the ripples, shapes move like echoes. And if you stand long enough, still enough, you'll feel it. The pulse that has guided this place through 500 years of belief and forgetting. Not a haunting, not even a legend, just the earth keeping its promise. Because here, myth and water are the same thing. Both learn the shape of whatever holds them. Both remember long after we do. And every night, when the world quiets, the Dziwozona drifts again beneath the moon's reflection, unhurried, eternal, whispering the single word she has spoken since the first flood. Stay. The story of the Dziwozona is less about monsters than about memory. Across centuries, she has shifted from terror to tenderness, from exile to belonging. Each retelling mirrors the age that speaks her name, a living language of how humans negotiate with the unknown. In the 16th century, she warned against blasphemy. In the 17th, she became a guardian of balance. The Enlightenment made her metaphor. Romanticism made her muse. Today, she lingers as a feeling, an undercurrent beneath rational lives. What survives isn't the figure itself, but the habit she taught. To listen, to pause, before declaring certainty. The villagers who lived with her longest understood that reverence and survival were the same act. They never worshipped her. They simply remembered her rhythm. Perhaps that's what belief is at its most enduring. not obedience to a doctrine, but respect for mystery. A willingness to let some things remain unmeasured. The river still flows through that valley. Its surface reflects satellites now instead of torches, but its sound hasn't changed. Every generation who kneels there, for prayer, for science, for silence, becomes part of the same conversation, answering the same old voice. And if the legend of the Dziwozona continues to breathe, it's because she was never truly supernatural. She was the shape of attention itself, the earth's way of reminding us that to forget the sacred in the natural is to lose half of what it means to be human. So listen, the water still remembers,